Big up everybody. The big Saturday stream with your boy Sniper. You get me? I'm gonna be here for a little bit, and then the family gonna take over. But yeah, you know it, go. Big up Randy. You get me? Yeah. Esau was first though. You get me? Special mention. Let me go back up. Yeah, man. Big up Esau in the building. Randy at number 4. Ace Montana. You get me? Like number 6. Big up yourself. Ain't see you for a while. Glad you're back. You get me? Moroccan. What's this? Atlantis Afro Lions. Like, what is that? What is that? Come on, man. Yeah, you coming with these long-winded names and that. That's crazy. Big up everybody. Hit the like button. All of that good stuff. Come on, man. Let's have a powerful stream today, man. You know how the thing's set. Yeah. So we start with the intro, man. You know how it goes. You just shut up.
I got the fire, I got the fire, I got the flame, I got the fire, I got the fire, I got the flame, I got the fire, I got the I got the fire, I got the fire, I got the flame, I got the fire, I got the fire, I got the flame, I got the fire, I got the fire, I got the flame, I got the fire, I got the fire, I got the flame. He's on fire. Johnny's flaming them, way too much heat in my cranium. Like a hot boy push up geranium. Make the lava splash like I'm Cape Town. Or the block like the sun boy. Jado, I'm not entertaining them. I got brimstone on fire for raining them. I'm a hot boy from Monday to Sunday. Run up your skin like the sun rays. So my man's gang, one sun gaze. True to see the heat I'm projected, I mean I'm selected. You know the eye has a deeper connection. With the E for my chi is a weapon. I can melt concrete when I'm stepping. Cause I got the fire. I got the fire. I got the flame, the man them are liars, the man are not riders, the man them are strange, I'm trying to live righteous, but not like Mike, cause he were nothing the same, do not roll with vipers, the wappy snipers, quick to put one in your brain. We real ill, revolutionary but still deal. Red pill, chill, will kill. If I shoot, it won't be no nil-nil. We real ill, red pill, chill, will kill. If I shoot, it won't be no nil-nil. I get 2 for 1 like a meal deal. I got the fire, I got the fire, I got the flame, I got the fire, I got the fire. I got the flame, I got the fire.
There is not much they can say. We come with fire and rain, the essence of blessings and pain. Tsunami all over parade. We turn up and burn up brigades. Make you don't get in my way. Akibulanians up in the place. We do not play. We go whenever expires. I got the fire, now who wants a flame? Huh? More time, I'm on my own wave. Scrap the book, I'm on my own page. White sparks, no cold gate. I got them fire bars and that's cold flames. Now why would I lie? Look, I come with heavenly vibes. If ever you try, disrespect what's on the line, more than your ego will cry. Highly explosive. This shit will damage you. Ether is flammable. Highly corrosive. Don't make me get animal. Move how a savage do. Why'd you provoke it? The flow kicking like kangaroo. Head up and cabbage you. Rip and unravel you. Fire and brimstone should avidly roll.
I got the fire. I got the fire. I got the flame. I got the fire. I got the fire. I got the flame. I got the fire. I got the fire. I got the fire. I got the fire. I got the flame.
Fire in my soul, fire in my raw drop belly. Anytime I rhyme is Shelly, you wanna get scolded. Fire for a cheech and snitch dog, you know the cold man grow with. Young killies keep a mask and glove, 2 bells in a snub, they don't do more than COVID. And it's food for the dogs that they lost, ain't nothing ever done for showbiz. I talk to the real, don't care if the fake ones listen. I think fire on ganja, more fire on Babylon system. Free Brody in prison. Free the Brodies that think that they free, but they change to social addiction. Can't let go the phone, come like their whole soul is missing. I got the fire, I got the flame. The flow is insane, I drink till I'm drunk, then throw up on flames. Really don't play games, I don't know what them man thought. When I rhyme, I'm the human torch. I see a rhythm get torched. Who wanna see a rhythm get bun down? When we land this lit, there's no sundown. Sweet one wants to get bum round. Make hood stand up and not calm down. Score pointing pussy like touchdown. I got the fire, I set shit ablaze. This fire can't tame, tryna lock it in cage. It's like war in the sun, so I'm gonna get blue.
I got the fire, I got the fire, I got the flame, I got the fire, I got the fire, I got the flame, I got the fire, I got the flame, I got the fire, I got the fire, I got the flame, I got the fire, I got the fire, I got the flame, I got the fire, I got the fire, I got the flame, I got the fire, I got the fire.
Come on, big up the family in the building. You know how we do. Come on. Cheers. Let's do this.
I've been away for a minute, now I'm back. I met a couple of soldiers, had to put them on this track. Fresh new artist, brand new swag. There ain't no competition, if there is, where they at? Where they at? Where they at?
Someone give me credit, I had manners when I ate it. My bangers are the realest, so your gang of fucking relics. I'm a savage, someone panic, clown just vanished, he just jetted. He can keep the records, we can leap and keep the checklist. Capiche, we be the killers on the street like sneakers stepping. We lead the league, you repping. There's need for me, we legend. We breathe for beef, we squeeze the eat to G's, we fall by stepping. You phony, don't forget it. The chromies on the dress, I think I'm Tony, not Montana, man Soprano, take your cargo. I play Simon Cowell, I run your ex, you Gary Barlow. Papa powerful bread like Ardo, dream I bought a new Gallardo. Loving my Bagrado, Lano, I could take them all low. J-Lo, Beyonce, no A-Lo, just come spray. Block, I put a ring on it, married to the gunplay. Twisted man, I'm a piece of night. Pure for grind, you getting left behind, we moving. You statues, we trooping, you lads full.
Where I'm from, we don't mix business with benevolence. Never. We mash works, we lay low and clean the evidence. They don't even mention them niggas, they ain't relevant. I'm light years ahead and I ain't even in my element. Me and my brothers weigh up food and do the measurements. And we ain't stopping till we're balling like the president. Trying to be flyer than a pelican.
Come on, we got men like JD in the building. Come on.
Right now I'm in spring ill. Spit sick like I've been ill. Allah forgive me, I sin still, but I'm preaching out on my wings still. Tech cooling my arse cheeks. Officers walking past me. Touchdown last week, what I got up to, dog, don't ask me. Drama rule in my city, but I guess that's just where I came from. These avenues are so gritty, but I guess we all sing the same song. Still can't believe that the Wayne's gone, still can't believe what Big Shane's on. So act up on these streets and don't leave half of your face
I've
gone.
been away for a minute, now I'm back. Now I met a couple of soldiers, had to put them on this track. On this fresh new artist, brand new swag. There ain't no competition, if there is, where they at?
Where they at?
I've been away for a minute, now I'm back. Now I met a couple of soldiers, had to put them on this track. On this fresh new artist, brand new swag. There ain't no competition, if there is, where they at? Where they at?
When I'm spitting on them tracks, all my raps got an elegant feel. Most these niggas straight fish, and they're trapped in the Pelican's grill. I can constantly on the move, having like to get a man killed. I'm a star, like the logo up on Captain America's shield. Ill enough to break into a pharmacy. Pardon me, nobody's harming me. Can't you see it's in my artery? Start with me, I finish it. Witness this, a lyricist whose skill is just building this spliff. Insidious, them idiots can't deal with this like Guinnesses. I'm dark, you get sparked for talking that hard shit. I'm laughing hard at your car, cause you bastards passing the casket. Arson is blasting the grass in arms to his partners. I've mastered the art of sending teeth to sharp and shark through my target. Ain't come to lose. If I run into you, you done's a doom. Leave tons of bruises, cause I don't scratch like the ones and twos. It's fun to prove what flop, I'd rather my lungs remove. When thunder flew, bet you jump like fire was under you.
Longer man, call me Traver man, it's all the same.
Who? It's all the same. Dong.
They call me Dunga man, call me Traver man, it's all the same.
Who? It's all the same. Dong.
Feels great to be home, fam, there's nothing like freedom. Got no time for hellos, there be things that I'm needing. I grind all year round and I hustle all season. I got no time for a party, I'm taking baths on the weekends. Went away for some years, come like nobody cared. Hit the game real aggressive and now they wishing they shared. When they plead for forgiveness, I ignore all their tears. And when they put in their hand out, I just think of them years. I see in red, I feel to pop like a flare. Bullet wedge in his head, you smell the burners is here. Now they got the audacity to ask how I'm doing. And they never did jack for me, but my life
back in the
I've
building.
been away for a minute, now I'm back. Now I met a couple of soldiers, had to put them on this track. Fresh new artist, brand new swag. There ain't no competition, if there is, where they at? I've been away for a minute, now I'm back. Now I met a couple of soldiers, had to put them on this track. On this fresh new artist, brand new swag. There ain't no competition, if there is, where they at? Where they at?
For time of vacation, we get tight to gauge and lace it, I'm on this track. Tight legal ways, I love my fan base, so hype in the rave. Leads red to the cover up the eyes with the shades. I'm five in the blaze line, so we're transferring the game again. Trying to come by for the fame, I'm trying to come by for that cake. You get me, gifts knocked, you're well on the mixtape set free, cause I'm the one. Gently, I'm something like a marshal the way that I set leads. That's me, so the haters say my ice on the best sea. The word lay piece down, technique, kill the force and the spray. Catch him one of the best, my bitch, one of the best in the mids. But I ain't been around for some time, but I'm back. I'm that black lad up in grind. Yeah, I've been grounded at times, but I'm not proud of the flight as I would before. I went paying to certain times surrounded with guys with envy, the scars of the mind. We dollars on the board, but like a foot down on the mind. Oh, we get that sound, cause it's mine. Soon you'll see why I'm crowded with vibe. You want to get right in your side, cause man shake the time with the hype. Shout with lights. Leave my face like similar to what it would look like if I was gone, but in the nigga down with the nine. To the point why I'm announcing the eye.
Sorry. Jeez. Too much. It's too much. Too much. You get me? Now, little broski was going on mad. You get me? Him and Jed should have made a tune back in the day.
Hey, I'm in so many people I'm a silly boy tip this shit. I'm straight up hanging my ass in the dry. Yeah.
That would have been fantastic, bros. You get me? 290 brothers killing it. Killing the game. My brother trained so many people. So many people's like famous and know my brother and say like, yo, yeah, I can rap, but this guy is the one. You get what I'm saying? All your bike GLCs, all your those stars, everybody knows what it is, bros. Or in the industry, I would say, the rap game. You know what I mean? It's mad. But yeah. We move on. He turned producer. That's what it is. You know, that man there, they build studio, they get in love with the studio, and then he stopped performing, going to different parts of the country. You know, he used to be into jungle, him, Stevie I P, all of them, man, there, Skibbody and all of that. Yeah, man. That's my little broski, man. So all of this is child's play to him. But yeah, when they get involved in the studio business, it's like that takes over your actual talent and that. It's mad. It's crazy. But I said the thing set, man. He's still out here making music. Pick him up, man.
Remember, I ain't talking about the watch. Presidential sweeping up niggas like my watch. Bitch full of veneers, so she like to smile a lot. Pagans come around, yes, she likes to finger fuck. So she bust one, then bust two. Stop niggas, I see you. Russian, German, coming twos. Don't forget the China too. Are you insane? You best boat. Undertaker, tombstone. But Levy says, don't approach the aftermath, death row. Got your mom and I'm shedding tears because you was gassing with your peers and I looking like a silly sod. Small fried potato cod and I take me with a pinch of salt. Pepper red, the bastard sauce. Politics don't discriminate, especially when in that gunplay. For every show there is a rap, for every pussy there is a back. For every snake that you can catch, cremate them, flush the ash cause every G should wash stash. Every hit get thrown in trash, every thread go die mad. Give us back what he once had.
I've been away and they've been asking where the killer's at. Surprise, surprise, now I'm back like Cilla Black. You know what does this, I ain't standing butt kiss. If you're at what list, I get your touch quick in the flash. Black tea, orange bandana and my kicks clean. My shit don't stink, bitch, I'm a piss clean. They call me GK, I'm in jail on weekdays. I love you wife, you play my mixtape on replay. She got it off eBay on prepay. The gals in boxes, GK, 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 GK. When I see a gal, I'm like BJ, BJ. If you don't know, let me show you what it really is. I'm about making money and gal that wanna eat my jizz. I've been locked down in the system, don't wanna see me live. So I roll with Peter and put it in the wrist.
Watch out, watch out. This track is a travesty. I'm banging out these beats while I'm working for Her Majesty. Yeah! I churn them out casually. Atlas is the name, but Atlas Sounds is the bakery. Okay. I've got the vital recipe. I've rounded up the troops to swoop like a pack of Gannis B. There really ain't no stopping them now. So what it's gonna be is a bag of hungry groom bags manning up the industry. You MCs don't want it now. I can smell your fear. I can tell you ain't on it. Where you going now, bro? Why the hell you running? You a gangster on the mixtape. I guess you man were fronting. It's a big man thing now. So tell me what the deal is. Many men can spit bars, but their flows are not appealing. I am sending out a message cause the game, it needs a cleaning. Now been relegated, so I'm bringing a new team. I've been away for a minute, now I'm back. Now I met a couple of soldiers, had to put them on this track. On this fresh new artist, brand new swag. There ain't no competition. If there is, where they at. I've been away for a minute, now I'm at. I met a couple of soldiers, had to put them on this track. On this fresh new artist, brand new swag. There ain't no competition. If there is, where they at. Where they at. Where they at. Where are you? I've told you. The game's shut down right now. Yeah, we does this. Yeah. Travesty. The track is a travesty. Bear man on the track. If you really think you're up to it, then step up to the plate or shut your mouth. We're done. We out.
Yeah, man. Killer Production. That's 9 years ago, fam. Come on, man. Old school stuff. You know how we roll. You know how we roll. Only in house. And then we get back to the millennium. You get me? The brothers doing the works.
You done know. Yeah, Tods and Red Pill Trill.
Come on.
Venom and Carnage. SMFY Dirty Woke.
Catch him out in
You know
the
what fucking time it
man.
is? Alliance of Defiance. 2000 or something.
Go.
Let's do this.
Doggies, Venom and Carnage. I'ma show them the fire a man's armed with. I must have done about 20,000 24s. Eyes bleeding, dog. I done caught a body for some sleep. This lifestyle's fun, but it's dumb. Bagging all night till I lost feeling in my thumbs. Of course, this money's filthy. Hard to keep a clean heart when more time you're working with scum.
This is Carnage and Venom. Something through the side of your car and your denim. From my charge, I'll get them. One blast, I carve off half of your melon. Scream peace, 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 but doggy, I'll shell them. We ain't about the game. Made a song about whips and chains, but ain't about the slave. I love your baby mom for knowledge, but ain't about her brain. Just screaming fire upon Babylon, but ain't about the flame.
Venom.
Anytime I rhyme, it's vomit. Guaranteed product, dog, I put my life on it. Flow sharp, bars cut like a Gillette to the jugular. Punchlines like a slap in the mind, pussy pucker up. Don't pass the mic, cause that's a body. Real speech, I'll leave a mess that you can't cover up.
Venom.
I know that everybody thinks they cruddy till Keelys run up in your yard while you think it's safe to cuddle up.
Make your girl's legs spread faster than Corona. I see a man's aura, disregard his persona. Violate the fam, I put your marge in a coma. Loud the same colour as the arm of an ogre.
Every bar's a sting, it's like a bite from a cobra. Venom and Carnage, I'm full of shellings from my brother.
Cause it's a massacre. Every time this red bars, I'm like the dude with a chainsaw and leather mask. They wanna know where I'm from, but they never ask. Huh?
One more time.
You done know.
Only show
Yeah, Tods and Red Pill Trill. Venom and Carnage.
We're raving in that.
SMFY Dirty Woke. You know what fucking time it is? Alliance of Defiance. 2000 or something. Let's do this.
Doggies, Venom and Carnage. I'ma show them the fire a man's armed with. I must have done about 20,000 24s. Eyes bleeding, dog. I done caught a body for some sleep. This lifestyle's fun, but it's dumb. Bagging all night till I lost feeling in my thumbs. Of course, this money's filthy. Hard to keep a clean heart when more time you're working with scum.
This is Carnage and Venom. Something through the side of your car and your denim. From my charge, I'll get them. One blast, I carve off half of your melon. Scream peace, 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 but doggy, I'll shell them. We ain't about the game. Made a song about whips and chains, but ain't about the slave. I love your baby mom for knowledge, but it ain't about a brain. Just screaming fire upon Babylon, but ain't about the flame.
Venom.
Anytime I rhyme, it's vomit. Guaranteed product, dog, I put my life on it. Flow sharp, bars cut like a Gillette to the jugular. Punchlines like a slap in the mind, pussy pucker up.
Venom.
Don't pass the mic, cause that's a body. Real speech, I'll leave a mess that you can't cover up.
Venom.
I know that everybody thinks they cruddy till Keelys run up in your yard while you think it's safe to cuddle up.
Make your girl's legs spread faster than Corona. I see a man's aura, disregard his persona. Violate the fam, I put your marge in a coma. Loud the same colour as the arm of an ogre.
Every bar's a sting, it's like a bite from a cobra. Venom and Carnage, I'm full of shellings from my brother.
Cause it's a massacre. Every time this red bars, I'm like the dude with a chainsaw and leather mask. They wanna know where I'm from, but they never ask.
I'm from where it's forever green, but never grass. Man will cut you up and hide your body parts.
Corn crash into your forehead like a bumper car. I'm so hard I make your shadow scream.
Hella hot. Anyway, they skid up, getting did up. And they won't even claim it, cause they don't need no big up. Young kiddies live wild, minimal smiles. Still they get about, they got hella street miles.
And I've been shelling freestyles. Pop up on the up like what you telling me now. You say back to the bone, I've forever been down. Red pill Tods, we've never been clowns.
Unorthodox brother, I'm no stencil. DODC, I'm pure truth like a red pill.
Run up in your house like a treadmill. I kick you in your mouth while Tods holds your head still.
Come on. Pulling them out here, man. You know what I mean? All his head stuff. Kick it in. Onto this youth. Yeah? Them say they can stream better than me. I must say, Matt. Come on. North London's
Desperados.
Yeah. The broskies, come on.
Another pain.
What?
From bullet shower like rain.
Nino. What?
Life is a gift, but my life's like a curse. Niggas need to recognize what the life's worth. Walking at the cracked out, looking at the earth. Niggas that I rode with, niggas from my birth. Niggas in the hearse race side with the fucks. Fucks bust them slugs for love from above. Free doves fly by, everybody cry. Rain from the sky, blood puddles in my veins. I smoke the grains, my pain in the drains. I can't obtain my mans that I've lost. One cuz, two bloods gone like dust. Shit gets worse, no kids left for birth. No hidden diamonds lying underneath the earth. Head of memories, my thoughts in the cemeteries. I wanna live easily, I'm trying to rob a couple G's. I'm trying to dodge police, I wanna leave my mum at ease. Stress it on biscuits, show them how the dick feels. Turn around, frisk it.
Jeez, not ready, man. They're not ready. They're not ready. Mom to this team. Trying to turn that. Turn the volume. Oh no, it's already. It's alright. Okay, cool. Let's go.
She flicks it, phone ring no long, ting money decent. 7:30,
nothing long.
Like my brethren, I've got a lot of memories. Brother locked down, I've a brother in the cemetery. Our brother gone mad, two cousins doing life. Who wants to tell me I'm not up for the fight?
What?
It nearly maddened me, I thought I couldn't handle. From deep inside, I came back and stayed true. I pay my taxes, the government claps it. I pay my bills and leave you with jack shit. What is the purpose? This life that is worthless. I know for certain it won't stop hurting. So when I'm sleeping, am I really dreaming? All this bloodshed grief that I'm seeing. All this beef that my brethren's being. So listen up, cause it's not the right timing. Stick to the writing, it's not about the fighting. No hesitating, there's no half stepping. Sick brains rolling with a big Mac 11. The government's possessing the lethalest weapon. You heard me out.
I heard them out, right? Look, Lord, why is it like this? So much evil and it's hard to live righteous. Young and we're black, plus the system don't like us. It's brown, the crap, we're black on black, man. The streets is really gully, so you better watch your back. I left home at 16 and started moving 16. Lost in between Tottenham and Woodgreen. I seen niggas rob niggas that they grow with. Young niggas roughing up the oldest, can we turn them into soldiers? I'm not a role model, too much weight on my shoulders, too much trimming my split. Niggas always wanna take, but they never wanna give. Niggas move like snakes on the ends where I live, and I love them Queen's faces, hustle hard to the PM. 97 rude boy, catch me in Coliseum. Afro-Caribbean, London European. 5 out of 10 of my niggas is in the pen, or they're trapped in the system, hustling with their gang. All I need is a pad and a pen, bottle of hen, and a pack of rolling paper with an ounce of the length.
Come on, one more time. Pull up. Don Desperados, you know? Come on.
Don Desperados. Yeah. Another day, another pain. I'm bullet shower like rain. Nino. Life is a gift, but my life's like a curse. Niggas need to recognize what the life's worth. Walking at the cracked out, looking at the earth. Niggas that I rode with, niggas from above. Niggas in the hearse race side with the fucks. Fucks bust them slugs for love from above. Free doves fly by, everybody cry. Rain from the sky, blood puddles in my veins. I smoke the grains, my pain in the drains. I can't obtain my mans that I've lost. One cuz, two bloods gone like dust. Shit gets worse, no kids left for birth. No hidden diamonds lying underneath the earth. Head of memories, my thoughts in the cemeteries. I wanna live easily, I'm trying to rob a couple G's. I'm trying to dodge police, I wanna leave my mum at ease. Stress it on biscuits, show them how the dick fits. Turn around, frisk it, in the match she flicks it. Phone ring no long, ting money decent. 7:30, nothing long. Like my brethren, I've got a lot of memories. Brother locked down, I've a brother in the cemetery. Our brother gone mad, two cousins doing life. Who wants to tell me I'm not up for the fight? It nearly maddened me, I thought I couldn't handle. From deep inside, I came back and stayed true. I pay my taxes, the government claps it. I pay my bills, it leaves me with jack shit. What is the purpose? This life that is worthless. I know for certain it won't stop hurting. So when I'm sleeping, am I really dreaming? All this bloodshed grief that I'm seeing. All this beef that my brethren's being. So listen up, cause it's not the right timing. Stick to the writing, it's not about the fighting. No hesitating, there's no half stepping. Sick brains rolling with a big Mac 11. The government's possessing the lethalest weapon. You heard me out.
I heard them out, right? Look, Lord, why is it like this? So much evil and it's hard to live righteous. Young and we're black, plus the system don't like us. It's brown, the crap, the black on black, man. The streets is really gully, so you better watch your back. I left home at 16 and started moving 16s. Lost in between Tottenham and Wood Green. I seen niggas rob niggas that they grow with. Young niggas roughing up their elders, cause we turn them into soldiers. I'm not a role model too much, weight on my shoulders too much. Chewing my split, niggas always wanna take, but they never wanna give. And niggas move like snakes on the ends where I live, and I love them Queen's faces. Hustle hard to the PM. 97 rude boy, catch me in Coliseum. Afro-Caribbean, London European. 5 out of 10 of my niggas is in the pen, or they're trapped in the system, hustling with this gang. All I need is a pad and a pen, bottle of hen, and a pack of rolling paper with the ounce and the length. And I'm good, right?
Skiffler, it's like a blood clot. Animal farm. Rats is snitches, pigs is the police, and the dogs is niggas. Cats is the fiends that bring niggas to figures. Chickens are the hoes, but still pigeons get jealous. It's an animal farm. And no matter what you tell us, the monkeys are nuts in jail for minor felons. The gorillas are the killers. You click gorilla, and then you got the eagles and other sorts of birds. Animal farm. Dogs is all you deserve. Snakes is like rats, but they don't chat to police. They chat behind your back and act like everything's sweet. Desperado music make niggas wanna eat, cause it's an animal farm.
Come on. Oh, that's my phone. Yo. We say. No, I'm not back today. Yeah. Say Monday at the earliest. Yeah. All right, nice one.
In the street, children of the sheep, I could go on all week. Sky, yeah, that nigga, yeah, he think kinda deep. Don Desperados, Wig Splitters Entertainment. Yeah, Jimmy Gerard, that's a banger. Yep, Formula on the board, definitely. Yep. Desperados, learn something. Nino, Desperado, Simmons, yeah, De Niro, no, and myself.
Big man like Bad Marsh in the building. Come on. Don't know what yeah.
On the low though.
Roadworld.com.
Yeah.
Come on.
Everyday sticky.
Yo. Todd. VGSO.
Everyday sticky.
You know how go dog.
And you know how they stay. Anybody can go dog.
Anybody can go.
Drive the 4-liter 4-wheel drive like a go-kart. I know it's broke, oh no lavish. So point to where the cash is and watch me go and grab it. I'm just trying to keep my feet on the right path whilst trying to keep my hands off that yayo and bicarb. Life's hard, but we knew that. So we organize the works and get to that. In the belly of the beast, everybody wanna feed, everybody want a piece, so nobody's getting peace. Ain't no easy choices on this road to riches. None of them. I've seen stress break the realest niggas. Cause life's realer than the pictures, real shit. I've seen kids have grown men scared shitless. They out late like fuck the boogeyman. The only thing they running from is CID and bully vans. So dog, you can't debate with them, cause if you don't relate to them, they ain't hearing what you say to them. Everyday sticky, you know how it go dog, and you know how they stay. Anybody can go dog, drive the 40 or 4-wheel drive like a go-kart. They beat her at the pan, them boy don't grow up, they just show up. They are with a ram busy trying to take a man's soul. Fuck life, they want pussy and dog. So they robbing or they tow up anything to dodge these struggles trying to hold us. Anything to dodge these struggles trying to hold us. Dodge these struggles trying to hold us.
You know, we roll like air. Tell a friend to tell a friend. Stop being selfish and sharing the stream to yourself and that. You know what I mean? Share it with others.
The Google Pixel 7a with the latest Tensor G2 chip is powerful. It's full of features like photo on blur, which is a game changer.
Oh, shush. Oh, shush, woman. Google make phone. Computer.
Jeez, baby, your body banging like a your body banging like a fresh garments, matching your varnish, baby, your body banging like a shotgun. Baby, your body banging like a shotgun. Fresh garments, matching your varnish, baby, your body banging like a shotgun cartridge. Walking a party, looking all starish, trying to introduce you to carnage. Baby, I'm a shark, not a starfish. Your ex-man was too soft, he was garbage. I make your old knee rub off on the carpet. She a ball for the chocolate. The old time me, I clotted. Look what you started. Bend up your face like somebody farted. Right in the bed, I said I'm wicked and I'm heartless. I just wanna boom, boom, shoot up the target. Mercy and nugget, and you not even asked yet. The sun I run, I'm in, I finished my task, yeah. Been I done a rum in my glass, yeah. I'ma put that pussy in a casket. Oh shit.
You can catch me in the morning. I ain't ever with a solid, so call me darling. You can catch me in the morning. Come over my place and show me something. I cannot stay, baby. Don't get upset and go crazy. I ain't got no time for no play. Get mine and do what's right, baby.
Baby calling says she want that morning wood. Want me set her morning good. And told her get ready to sit up on his hood. She said, yes sir, understood. She don't want a title, she want twerking. Queen it while I pipe it just to show me how she squirted. Dogger, body strong, she don't ramp. Said her body's banging like a shell from a tank. She don't play no games, she know she worth it. She love balling out my name while I'm bending up her cervix. Wow, everything I give her, she deserve it. She go wilder than a circus. She want it on the bed, floor, sofa, and the kitchen service. She want it full service. They're not sure if it's loving or murders. All of this before the work shift.
You can catch me in the morning. I ain't ever with a solid, so call me darling. You can catch me in the morning. Come over my place and show me something. I cannot stay, baby. Don't get upset and go crazy. I ain't got no time for no play. Get mine and do what's right, baby. You can catch me in the morning. I ain't ever with a solid, so call me darling. You can catch me in the morning. Come over my place and show me something. I cannot stay, baby. Don't get upset and go crazy. I ain't got no time for no play. Get mine and do what's right, baby.
Fresh garments, matching your varnish, baby, your body banging like a shotgun.
Baby, your body banging like a shotgun cartridge. Come on, big up everybody in the building. You know how we do. Get me.
Let's talk about therapy. I've been using.
Wow. Well, one eye went left, one eye went right. Yeah, using therapy, man. Mad thing. Sort your life out. You know this is my track. Come on.
You know.
Venom.
Put on my black fist, serve up white bits. But not everyday Reki. Come on. Not everyday Nubian queen. You know. Sometimes slops of Becky. Remember when we couldn't get lecky? Sometimes books and chess. Show me how sexy your mind is. Not everyday body and breasts. Not everyday link the bros. But it's always love when we check in. Sometimes gotta ride clean. Not everyday carry the machine. Not everyday link the wife. Gym jams and something sketchy. Not everyday peace and love. Sometimes gotta slap man for something petty. Tell young bro come out the kitchen. Not everyday be so chefy. But I tell him they not already. I came from mash and spaghetti. I'll go get. Give a fuck if they let me. Come on, bros down for the ride. Every day that thing's got paid. Done did my thing, still doing it now. So they gotta respect me. In it wasty, coming home late, all bloody and sweaty. Blood, sweat. Mum sees the vision, but she used to sweat me. Can't be on road with that shit to show excuse now. It's not every day, but it's sometimes in it. We shot in the rain, pray in the sunshine. It's not every day, but it's sometimes. These youths to the future pray that they live through the knife and the gun crack.
Not every day dirty, sometimes woke. Not every day calm, sometimes old. Not every day loud it, sometimes smoke. Sometimes nudge, sometimes poke. Sometimes fudge, sometimes cold. Sometimes I kiss that slow while I stroke. Sometimes I grab that bitch by her throat. Not every day club, sometimes home. Doing a flatmate with my chrome. Doing a roommate with my name. Not every day that I work with a youth. Sometimes I'm just trying to get mine. It's not every day if you watch my business. Sometimes you should just live your life. For the big 4-5 pimps, you're right. Still big red pill never went.
Come on.
You know.
Venom.
Put on my black fist, serve up white bits. But not everyday brekkie. Come on. Not everyday Nubian queen. No. Sometimes slots of Becky. Remember when we couldn't get lecky? Sometimes books and chess. Show me how sexy your mind is. Not everyday body and breasts. Not everyday link the bros. But it's always love when we check in. Sometimes gotta ride clean. Not everyday carry the machine. Not everyday link the wife. Gym jams and something sketchy. Not everyday peace and love. Sometimes gotta slap man for something petty. Tell young bro come out the kitchen. Not everyday be so chefy. Why tell him they not already? I came from mash and spaghetti. I'll go get. Give a fuck if they let me. Come on, bro's down for the ride. Every day that thing's got paid. Done did my thing, still doing it now. So they gotta respect me. In it wasty, coming home late, all bloody and sweaty. Blood, sweat. Mom sees the vision, but she used to sweat me. Can't be on road without shit to show. Excuse now, Mecky. It's not every day, but it's sometimes in it. We shot in the rain, pray in the sunshine. It's not every day, but it's sometimes. These youth to the future pray that they live through the knife and the gun crack.
Not every day dirty, sometimes woke. Not every day calm, sometimes vote. Not every day loud, sometimes smoke. Sometimes nudge, sometimes poke. Sometimes fudge, sometimes cold. Sometimes I kiss her slow when I stroke. Sometimes I grab that bitch by her throat. Not every day club, sometimes home. Doing a flatmate with my chrome. Doing a roommate with my nine. It's not every day that I work with a youth. Sometimes I'm just trying to get mine. It's not every day if you watch my business. Sometimes you should just live your life. For the big 4-5 pimps, you're right. Still big red pill never went soft. Man told you that I did day live. No stop working, no days off. I will split with my wings and fried. Man tried done my dance and they died. Tryna clock my pattern, hammers, random as they come. Wagging habits in the slums where they're scavenging for crumbs. Pushing packages for funds. I found magic in my tongue. Bars out classic over drums. Man's erratic, you don't want static. Sometimes I would just pull up in traffic. Acting a fool with a matic. Not every day kill your own. Sometimes at the real ops have it. It's not every day, but it's sometimes in it. We shot in the rain, pray in the sunshine. It's not every day, but it's sometimes. These youth to the future pray that they live through the knife and the gun crack.
Summertime banger, man. You saying? Pick up that blaze. Yeah, I get me. I eat. Right? So good, so love, so that.
This is your captain, 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 this is your captain.
Giving niggas guidance, alliance to defiance. I'm on freedom or violence. Speaking my truth, no one's keeping me silent. Sling shots like I'm David when he was beefing Goliath. Catapulted into my life, I collided with giants. With a mind deeper than a trident, held in a palm of Poseidon. I'm like a tsunami to pirates, get drowned in my way, but I fly like a pilot. Haters can't cope, my aura's too vibrant. Girls wanna show me their private. More times, I wanna live alone on the island. I zone when I close off my eyelids. Look close, you might see a ghost in my iris. Please don't approach when I'm like this. At Anarchist, I mix DMT with some cannabis. Not sure if I'm woke, cause I write this. Would I ride for my G's? Is my phone on silent? Do I despise the police? Is Kobe's last name bragging? I know some activists, I know some lifers, man, I know some savage shit, man, living righteous. I know some duns only rough in it cyber. I know some thugs that are actually riders, don't know my destiny. But my past says I'm a survivor. My probation officer says I should be in an asylum. Cause I said the queen of witchcraft. There's no curve when I watch the horizon. If life is a game, at the end you face the last boss like bison. Clipping a grabber, clip like a last.
Jeez, man, come on, man. It's a classic, fam. You get me? Only classics right here.
This is your captain, this is your captain, this is your
What are we doing? What are we doing? Big up everybody in the building. We're gonna get to that action, that information in a minute. But first, A word from our sponsor. Let's go.
Giving niggas guidance, alliance to defiance. I'm on freedom or violence. Speaking my truth, no one's keeping me silent. Sling shots like I'm David. What? When he was beating Goliath. Catapulted into my life, I collided with giants. With a mind deeper than a trident. Held in a palm of Poseidon. I'm like a tsunami to pirates, get down in my way, but I fly like a pilot. Haters can't cope, my aura's too vibrant. Girls wanna show me they're private. More time, I wanna live alone on the island. I'm low when I close off my eyelids. Look close, you might see a ghost in my iris. Please don't approach when I'm like this. I'm anarchist, I mix DMT with some cannabis. Not sure if I'm woke cause I write this. Would I ride for my G's? Is my phone on silent? Do I despise the police? Is Kobe's last name Bracken? I know some activists, I know some lifers, man, I know some savage shit, man, living righteous. I know some duns only rough in the cyber. I know some thugs that are actually riders, don't know my destiny. But my past says I'm a survivor. My probation officer says I should be in an asylum. Cause I said the queen does switch class. There's no curve when I walk the horizon. If life is a game, at the end you face the last ones like bison. Clipping a grabber, clip like a ladder, riding for a block full of pythons. Dodging a slammer is hot in the manner. We are not stopping for sirens. My son's friend got stabbed in the heart. I could not stop him from crying. Hope he knows he's a king with bulletproof wings. No weapon could stop him from flying. The air is so toxic, it's frightening. AI and robots are rising. They're studying Madame Blavatsky and Alex Cardi. We're shotting for diamonds. Shopping for items. Besotted with icons. It's true talk whenever my mic's on. Blood bath in the streets, keep a tool in my waist and my heart on my sleeve. Why is that the magi? Following the star of the east, where the rich get fat, man is starving to eat. I think cryptocurrency's the mark of the beast. I can smell blood like a shark in the sea. Michelle is a man and a bomb is a dream. Let it spark in the park after dark. Look what the shotgun done to the bark of the tree. Sometimes I wanna ask if my seed inheriting negative karma for me. It's getting harder to sleep.
Come on. Fire.
My dog said his food done, so I told the nigga take that. Break down the 4 pieces, see how much you get back. Throw your hands in the air, if money don't you get that.
That's right.
753, it's got
What
a
a hell
hell
of a kickback.
So I use 2 hands when a nigga grip that. That's that shit, little go ahead and spit that. That your chick, her brother already hit that. Yeah, I put my mini-me right where her ribs at. Black coupe, chrome rim, plus it's got a chrome trim. When the sun shines on it, watch it change tone then. Spent the last 2 days trimming down the whole thing. Yeah, niggas zoned in, I'm about to go in. Roads on smash, bring it back to some old thing. Quick to charge niggas 3-6 for a whole thing. Bet that met the phone, what's the money rolling? Back is where them haters try hold. Clap, everything the clip be holding. Rap for anyone to be opposed. Whether it's beef or beats, we devour that. Squeeze off lead shower, nigga wears a shower cap. Got money and respect, but nigga wears your power at. Pay a fiend to lick you down, that nigga wears your marrow at. All about peas and I ain't talking about marathon. The lemon has got me moving like a paracat. No loose ball and everywhere we go we travel strap. Try run up on the whip, my goony goons ain't having that. The straight clap time, catch 'em in your back time. 6 feet under the earth, nap time. 9/11, bodies everywhere, that time. You know, seagull and crack, flat round. Bad mind, hating while I'm trying to stack. And all I'm trying to do is put my burrow on the map. Stand there watching dark cause we about to lap. Like boat the way we running through them tracks. My flow's crack and I be flying, that's a fact. Them other niggas mad because we running through the yaks. Wardrobe like Bond Street, bare design attacks. Bedroom like Foot Locker, that's what drives them mad. Mad with the self cause they ain't getting paid. Pull up in something all black, dark fade.
Yo, the kush and the Henny's got me waved up. I'm from the hood where you can get blazed up. We got Glocks now with infrared lasers. Love for the fam, but we ride out as strangers. Fucking with the unknown these days is dangerous. I don't wanna flip and do something outrageous. I'd rather make it flip and just count my papers. Grind till my creps lean, shine to the haters. I'm gonna keep it real, I'm fed up with the fakeness. I'm rolling with my team and our destination's great.
Stateless.
I've got a little youth, so I can't be on this baitness. But I'm young, black, and ignorant with not an inch of patience. But I don't wanna see the station or the bin. That's why I do my thing and then I'm gone with the wind. That's why they're always asking where he's gone, where he's been. But I just wanna get in these tracks and go in. I came for the knockout, I came here to win. If I can't do the fizzy, then I let the barrel spin. Cute long nose ting, you can ever sing. And I ain't saying I'm a killer, but I do my thing. Don't fuck with a nigga, fam. I ain't saying I'm a killer, but I make it blam. Pissed at the world and I don't give a damn. Never hang your head, stand up tall and be a man. Opportunity, commit a crime without a plan. You never know, I might get lucky, lick a couple brands. If you're from where I'm from, you say fuck the police. Eyes out for the demon with the mark of the beast.
Come on. What we doing out here? What we doing? Big up everybody in the building. Hold on 1 second. My screen is froze for some reason. Someone jumped in.
Humans, for the most part, don't have a clue. They don't want one or need one either. They're happy. They think they have a good bead on things.
But why the big secret? People are smart. They can handle it.
The person is smart. People are dumb, panicky, dangerous animals, and you know it. 1,500 years ago, everybody knew.
1 second, Ari. I got you. 1 second. Don't know why my shit's just spinning. Spinning around. Come on, man. This computer doing. Even playing. No. Music. Do. 1 second, Ari.
The Earth was the center of the universe. 500 years ago, everybody knew the Earth was flat. 15 minutes ago, you knew that people were alone on this planet. Imagine what you know tomorrow.
Come on. Yeah, man, I'm gonna see you there in a bit. Yes. Come on.
My bronze heel crushing the head of the serpent. Could never be a servant. This I know for certain. This is not a sermon. I am not preaching. This is just conversion. I am just speaking. Tearing down the curtain. I am not peeking. Looking past the veil now. Third eye tweaking. Channeling demons, they think they're just doing yoga. Couldn't open your pineal with a crowbar. You need to read that fine print a little closer. That shit ain't from the divine. You're actually practicing obia. They say I'm wise like a tuna shikor. It's not a lie. I'm wild like a Zulu at war. I got my own mind. I got no use for their lord. I got some juice in the drawer. I make that music that's raw. I'm down to boot in your door. I know some shooters and some uses.
You lot ain't ready. You ain't ready, man. You're not even listening. Like, I know you ain't. You get me?
Humans, for the most part, don't have a clue. They don't want one or need one either. They're happy. They think they
every single
good beat.
Big up,
Jay. Why the big secret? People are smart. They can handle it.
The person is smart. People are dumb, panicky, dangerous animals, and you know it.
That's right.
1,500 years ago, everybody knew the Earth was the center of the universe. 500 years ago, everybody knew the Earth was flat. 15 minutes ago, you knew that people were alone on this planet. Imagine what you know.
Red pill trip. My bronze heel crushing the head of the serpent. Could never be a servant. This I know for certain. This is not a sermon. I am not preaching. This is just conversion. I am just speaking. Tearing down the curtain. I am not peeking. Looking past the veil now. Third eye tweaking. Channeling demons, they think they're just doing yoga. Couldn't open your pineal with a crowbar. You need to read that fine print a little closer. That shit ain't from the divine. You're actually practicing obia. They say I'm wise like a tuna shikor. It's not a lie. I'm wild like a Zulu at war. I got my own mind. I got no use for their lord. I got some juice in the drawer.
Right in the building.
Raw.
Come on, big up, Ari.
I know some shooters and some uses distributing the raw. A couple 9 to 5 dudes, a man that's fluid with fraud. But I ain't sure, but none of them would really do in the war. So I say my highs and buys, and that's usually all. They ask me where I'm from. And I don't really know, cause I've been everywhere. I never felt at home.
my soul glows in places you don't go. I'm road, inhale it, I'm blow smoke, watching the world moving slow-mo. Chicks worshipping trannies and rappers dressing like homos. Meanwhile, they stockpiling underground bases, trying to fill another wing with 100 brown faces. Money rules everything, love got downgraded. Microwave generation was popping, replaced with sacred. And I don't mean geometry, I'm talking about your sovereignty, subconscious autonomy. True, I talk the things, I am deemed an anomaly. I ain't here to talk about drug dealing and shopping sprees. How often I bust my heat and scream on my fucking G. Pre my philosophy, I'm deep in a Socrates. Secret prophecy, hidden by the Vatican. Demonic monarchy.
It's like
It's like my teardrops are dry. Ain't got nothing left to cry. The good die young, the bad guys are left alive. Saying a rhyme, it's a poem from a restless mind. Reminds me of some shit. The other day I said to pepper guys, eat them up like burgers, extra fries, keep the grass cut, but still pack insecticide. Enemies of progress, forming a swarm of locusts. My brain's in a constant state of abnormal focus. They say I'm going in. Of course I know this. I'm brutally body bag beats, they're forced to know this. Lyrically I'm UFC, but physically I stick a blade in your neck like a USB. Born a hustler, now I ain't changing my occupation. I blaze haze and see my face in the constellation. What if the sky's a hologram? I'm a really underwater. They want a zombie fight. I'm weak for the slaughter. That's why they're trying to give your daughter an eating disorder. Your leaders are here to trick you. Do not believe the reporters.
Fire, man. Come on, man. Now we run the thing. You know how we run the thing. Yes.
What's up?
We got Ari.
What's up? You must have been live last week, huh?
Live last week. I was live last week, yeah.
It was? It must have been Sunday then.
No, Saturday and Sunday. But the Saturday one, I had to dash away the first couple hours.
I thought so.
Mm.
Yeah. I'm like, what? Okay. And then I wake up, you know, I usually see another content creator because I'm involved in another sector. And I'm like, wait a minute. Where the fuck is, where the heck is Jazz? I'm like, what time is this man come on? Yeah. I'm like, and you know, I'd be sleepy at the time when y'all used to be going live. Yeah. And I'm like, I wake up and I'm like, he went live. I'm like, man, I'm missing him. I'm missing you. I'm missing my dose of my damn English, my British brothers, man. What's up?
You can always catch up. I don't think we delete the streams unless there's a problem. But more time, you know, we there, man. And it's just UK time, and people got other things to do, man. Especially when this thing out, you know, they're not like you lot in America. You lot support regular. You know what I mean? You know, hate or don't like or whatever. You lot just support each other. Like, it's a little bit more difficult out here. Cost of living is kicking everyone's ass. But you know how it go, man. To keep the stream surviving, drugs, they're gonna have to put some money in, man. Otherwise, we're gonna find other things to do. I mean, right? Like we talentless, we talented. Get me? We got Spice. Ain't see Spice for time.
Hey, Spice. Because I'm in other sectors. You know what I'm saying? Yeah. I mean, the black sector, we kind of drying out. You know what I'm saying? Mm-hmm. And these other sectors, they real interesting. I need to let them know about my British brothers, you know, my London niggas, what I call y'all. So excuse my French, excuse me, but that's how I come at them like that. I say, hey, you know, I got some real brothers, you know, that have real content. You know what I'm saying? It's because the black sector know you guys, you know what I'm saying? And, you know, since the merge, you know, and then they start bickering with each other and stuff. And I don't want to be a part of that anymore, you know. And the reason why I don't type in Jedi's or your chat as much, because I got new trolls coming after me, you know, because some people I've been rocking with for a long time, you know, the old trolls turn into new trolls that's follow me everywhere. I say, okay, I go back to my brothers from London, you know what I'm saying? They know how they rock. They ain't gonna be really messing with me. You know, you got to hit y'all links, you know what I'm saying? Yeah. So yeah. I'm gonna make sure I put the word out to the new sectors about my British brothers, you know what I mean?
So you ain't been fighting though. You ain't been worrying out.
I've been avoiding. I have really I have a lot of content I wanted to bring out with the older generation of us women, but my problem is, Sniper, and you know this, responding to this BS.
Yeah.
I got to get out of that.
Yeah, you gotta breathe, man. You gotta breathe. You see, the
Right.
BS comes regardless. It's just how you deal with it. You can put it aside for the minute and carry on what you're doing, because that is also showing your power, your ability.
Right.
You know what I mean? If you anti-murder, yeah, you murder them. You put them to the side. I deal with you later. Let me do what I'm doing. I'm doing this. You get me? Don't matter what you say on the other side. If you think about it, like on some other streams, my name is just ringing bells constantly. I don't care.
Mm-hmm.
I don't give them no energy. Do you get what I'm saying? I know what they want from me, and they can't get it. You get what I'm saying?
Right.
They know why they're doing what they're doing. I don't do nothing in response. Might say a little cheeky something now and again, but other than that, bro, they know to stay out my way, because I'll just rinse you. You get me? I could do a whole show on you, but then that would be too much effort. So I'm saying,
right.
I'll just leave it alone. You know what I mean?
Right.
I heard publicity, any publicity is good publicity. So let's look at it that way.
Really?
Yeah.
Right. And I'm like, just because the black sector drying out, don't use me as a storyline. You know what I'm saying? Don't come at me knowing that I'm quick to respond. And when I'm quick to respond, and I do it on the only channel that have 1,000 subs, you trying to take that because I'm responding back and you can't take a roast. You know what I'm saying? So I'm saying, okay, let me learn how to ignore and not respond. So I said, let me go back to my brothers from London and get some more teachings, you know what I mean? To and avoid all of this other kind of stuff. But anyway, I'm waiting on your little whatever show you about to have today. You might go a little further of your teaching, and I'll be like, oh my God, what land is he on? What planet are you?
Where we at?
So I'm in the chat. Okay, have a good one.
Pick up, Ari.
Bye.
Yeah, man. Big up, guys. Spice, I can't see Spice for time, You get me? Where you been, sis? Hiding there, yeah? Hiding in the bushes and that. You know what I mean? No smoke, just watching from afar. Big up everyone, man. Hit the like button and make sure you let me know the number of you like in the chat and all that good stuff. Get me, hit the PayPal, Cash App, support the stream. Get me, you know how we do. Yeah, man. All right, let me go for one. Let's see. All right. Okay. 1 minute, 1 minute, 1 minute. All right. Share my screen. My hair making trouble. Get me. Yeah, you can milky spice. You know what I mean? It's milky and that. What's going on now? Let's go. All right. Anglo-Saxons. Interesting. 10 minutes. Let's get a quick rundown. See what's going on. But this Anglo thing, I don't know. Let's go. Let's hear what they got to say first. Before I hit you with the real stuff.
It's brought to you by Captivating History. For people living to continental Europe would one day be epicenter of world power and prestige. A kingdom that would have control over about 1/4 of the planet's land and its population. Although the United Kingdom no longer enjoys its once lofty stature, it is still a key player in world politics. Before reaching its zenith, however, England and its neighbors were a strategically placed jumble of islands that hosted more than its share of turf wars. The Romans, Vikings, Britons, and Celts all vied for control of England, as did a loose group of tribes from Central Europe who became collectively...
What about the black folks? What's going on? Huh? What about the Jacobites and all that? What's going on? Anyway, all right, let's go.
Known as the Anglo-Saxons. Beginning about 43 CE, the Romans lay claim to most of the British Isles, except for Scotland. But by the late 3rd century and into the early 4th century, the Roman Empire was in decline. Therefore, resources were pulled from outlying posts, such as Britain. Although it is much less tidy than history books make it seem, the end of the Roman rule over Britain occurred in the year 410, the year that the Visigoths sacked Rome. The Romans pulled out of Britain, leaving the people living there.
You let them man defeat you, blood. These men. Yeah, everyone's talking about British culture, heritage. You got naked man. Naked. What are they doing? What is this? What in the Visigoth Vandal is going on here? Nah, pause, man. Pause on all of this. Yeah, I'll be an Anglo-Saxon and that.
Sacked Rome. The Romans pulled out of Britain, leaving the people living there, a blend of native Britons, Romans, and Celts, vulnerable to raiding barbarians. Although they were no longer part of the Roman Empire, the people of Britain still closely identified with Rome. Religion, laws, written language, and government all reflected its Roman background. With the departure of Roman rule, Germanic marauders met with little resistance during their raids on Britain. At the time, these marauders were not called Anglo-Saxons, but were most likely members of the Anglos, the Saxons, the Jutes, and other Germanic groups. After decades of raiding British villages, then sailing back to their homes on the European continent, the Anglo-Saxons put down permanent roots on the British Isles.
That's mad. Permanent roots on that. You gon' jump on. Yeah, man, it's glimmering. What's that shining in the sun there? Spice. Matty. Shiny, boy. Shiny. Looking oiled in that. You know what I mean? Scanning. Summertime. That last summer, this summer, I was scanning. Naughty still. It's a lot. It's a lot. It's a lot. Hide it, man. Put a cloth over it. You know what I mean? Something. Like a high t-shirt, polo neck or something. Get it? Can't let the man see all that, man. That's selfish. Being selfish. Everyone can't see that. Hold on for that. Oh, Kale. For the Kale, 1 second, Kale. What is thing? I do. He's doing up scholarship. Our standard, man. You know how we do, man. Get me, we get to the knowledge. And then you can get beat up as well. If you want. Roasted, you know. We ain't lost our skills. Get me. We ain't lost our skills at all. So we still do it. Man like Kale.
Yes, brother Snipes. The man who hit up the hornet's nest, man. Saturday history.
Come on.
Yeah, man, big up, man. Hey. You got the sun people and the non-sun people, man. How's it going, Snipes?
This is the non-sun people's version of the thing. So let's deal with this first, and then we'll deal with the other thing, because I'm hearing different. Yeah. Anglo-Saxon, yeah? This is what we're saying, yeah? My thing.
The transition from Roman control to Anglo-Saxon rule was not a smooth one. But in time, the Anglo-Saxons merged with the native Britons. They moved into their villages, took over their farmland, and intermarried with the people already living there. They commanded military forces.
See, when we say you're basically all foreigners, like, we're not lying. You get me? All you came from different parts of the world and did come settle in England, and now you're English, British. But you're Saxon, you're Viking, you're Roman, you're Greek, and you're all of these people that lived on the island way before. You get it? Mad. That's why it was worth raiding. The Vikings wouldn't have raided a place that didn't have nothing. They had things there, gold, all sorts. Get it? Mad thing.
And over time, rose to power as leaders of villages, towns, and regions. Historians often use the term Dark Ages to describe the time after the Roman rule of Britain, the time when the Anglo-Saxons ruled the...
Interesting. Dark Ages, yeah. Say nothing, cuz. You know what I mean? I know. It must have been dark and swaffy. Dark Ages. Yeah, man. Before we brought you into the light. Tell truth. When we brought them into the light, man, They were dying from the Black Death, plague, all sorts of fuckery. You get it? And then they wanted to do their crusade to Jerusalem and all of that, get the Holy Grail and all of this nonsense. You get it? This is when life starts for them. Yeah, when they start to get organized and that. But everything is already organized around you. Rome's already exists, and the Roman Catholic Church already exists by that time, and all of this madness. You get me? Jerusalem and all of these type of things. Knights Templars and that. Yeah, we know your thing, but this is very late in the day. And meanwhile, you're not telling us about the black rulers of Germany, England, and all over, and in these same times. That's the disrespect. You get it? Because there were already people here established, and they've done all what you're doing. You came here eventually and did that. They were already that. They just lived in their province, their sector of. You get it? And they had their castles and all the castles that you're gonna inherit, and then because we know they can't have built no castles. I'm telling man, they can't build no castles. A castle has a moat and a drawbridge and alligators or crocodiles. Now, if that ain't African, I don't know what's going on. Because ain't no South Americans going there or Middle Americans going there to take no alligators over there. That's dumb. Yeah. And even if it was, at them times, it would have been us again. So if we're being us in Spain, we're being us in all these places. Yeah. When these men were still in the dark ages. Yeah. Fuck it.
The land. This implies that the era was a time of intellectual stagnation and brutality. But this was not the case. The Anglo-Saxons injected a set of new religious beliefs, military tactics, literature, and a unified attitude into the Roman lifestyle of the island. The resulting blend of ideas took Britain on a different path, one that eventually led to something akin to world domination. The Anglo-Saxons had no written language, so historians don't have a complete picture of their belief system after they converted to Christianity. Bits and pieces of archaeological evidence tell a story, though. For example, the graves of high-ranking people, including kings, queens, high priests, and military heroes, show us that people in higher social statuses were revered, even in death. Another clue could be found in the names of places, as the Anglo-Saxons were fond of naming their settlements to honor certain deities. Some villages even bear names that include the words like Draka and Thris, which mean dragon and giant, hinting that the Anglo-Saxons' belief system may have included fanciful beasts.
Come on, fanciful beasts.
Despite the lack of written records, we can assume that...
You want to talk smack to the man them? Yeah? About African traditions, Ogun, Thing, Osiris, all of that. Look, you're not dealing with Thor, Freya, Odin. We done said this already. Allow it, man. You little Norse gods and that. You know what I mean? What are you doing, man? What's this cartoon impression? Yeah? We didn't even do that. Yeah, you saw our thing. We rate great kings and queens of Africa in stone, mutton levels. Yeah, while you lot are doing little parchments and that and pretending, yeah, playing king and that. Not jokers. Man.
That the Anglo-Saxons' pantheon of gods was similar to that of other Germanic tribes, and oral stories bear this out. Even written stories, much later, mention the chief deity of the Anglo-Saxons as Woden, a name that sounds strikingly similar to the Scandinavian Odin.
Woden means Odin, man. That's why you got Woden's Day, which is Wednesday. Come on, man. We're not playing this game. We done this, what, 3-4 years ago, man. That's the title. No, I used the title, man. F.T.K. Woden's Day. Yeah? F.T.K. Four's Day. You get it? Freya for Friday. Serta for Saturday. Yeah? See what I'm saying? I used to put all the title, all of them to show up the days of the week were still in their Viking thing. Still.
Anglo-Saxon gods remain part of our everyday vocabulary in the names of the days of the week. Tuesday, for example, comes from Tuesday, and Thursday comes from Thursday.
Told you.
The Anglo-Saxons must have felt so strongly about keeping their deities in the names of the days, because the names have lasted for centuries and have become ingrained in the English language.
That's right.
The Anglo-Saxons seem to have had a pagan belief system closely tied to nature.
Pagan.
Specific trees or...
That's all I'm saying, man. Pagan, man. You lot are the original pagans, bro. Never call it African and pagan. Never. It didn't mean Nothing to us. It meant a Roman or a someone of, I don't know, European thing, especially Romans, who weren't Christian. That's what a pagan was. You know what I'm saying? Because they were all pagans at first, but once they converted to Christianity, then everybody else is a pagan. When we call it Hellenistic or whatever, the names for it, Satanic, Wicca, all of these things they were doing.
Gentiles, all that.
Exactly.
Certain groves within forests were thought to have spiritual energy. Interestingly, many of these places were used as sites for churches and Christian structures. The Anglo-Saxons organized themselves into social classes similar to other Germanic tribes. At the head of the tribe is the chieftain, a title that later became king. The position of chieftain or king passed through male bloodlines, with the ruler's eldest son as the heir. The word king comes to us from the ancient word kin, which literally means family lineage. The Anglo-Saxons strongly believed that the male bloodline had to be kept pure because it was the family's link back to Woden. Once the Anglo-Saxons of Britain converted to Christianity, the custom of heredity remained important, though sometimes the crown passed to indirect heirs and even female leaders. Before their conquest of Britain, the Anglo-Saxons had no written language. They only developed one after their conversion to Christianity. But this doesn't mean that the Anglo-Saxons were not creative storytellers. Once they adopted a written language, they recorded many of their legendary tales, most notably Beowulf. This epic poem was first put to paper in the 19th century by an unknown scribe. Over time, Christian elements were added to the story. Beyond the tribal chieftains, the Anglo-Saxon villagers were structured with social hierarchies similar to other medieval settlements. There were farmers, merchants, builders, and people who made weapons, cloth, leather goods, and other necessary items. This working class answered to the ruling class, but were free to live their lives as they wished. The slave class enjoyed far fewer freedoms. The most prominent occupation was farming. The production of food also included hunting and fishing. Evidence tells us that the men of the tribe not only grew and hunted the food, but they also prepared and cooked it. Women baked bread, brewed beer, and made cheese, but it was the task of the male members of the community to cook the meat they procured. Women in Anglo-Saxon culture, no matter their social standing, served drinks to the men. The Anglo-Saxons may have earned a reputation for violence and brutality, but they also loved to have a rowdy good time. Parties with drinking, feasting, singing, dancing, and beautiful women were commonplace. As shown in caricatures of the Anglo-Saxons, they did decorate with deer antlers and drink from polished horns. Both men and women worked as entertainers, dancing, singing, or acting out oral stories for enthralled crowds at festivals and gatherings. The Anglo-Saxons didn't make wine, but they did make a weak beer. Their beverage of choice, however, was mead, a drink made with fermented honey with a higher alcohol content. When they weren't celebrating with mead and venison, the Anglo-Saxons were often engaged in battles against the Britons and the Romans, who ruled over them. When the Romans pulled out of Britain, the Anglo-Saxons exerted their formidable power over the Britons living in coastal communities. The warfare was more like raids. Between attacks, the Britons carried on with their own lifestyles, and their way of life was not greatly changed by the Anglo-Saxons for decades. When the Anglo-Saxons eventually settled in parts of Britain, they fought off Viking raiders in the same manner that the Britons fought them. The chieftains of several of the Anglo-Saxon settlements on the British Isles banded together against the
Again,
invading
why are
Vikings.
you saying what I'm saying?
Leading them was an
I
Anglo-Saxon
said that
king
already,
who
man.
became known as Alfred the Great.
What's wrong with you, man?
What's that? What's that?
No, he's just saying the same thing I said already. Get me? He's saying pagan simply means practice of non-Abrahamic religion. And what Abrahamic religion did they know? Did they know Judaism? Did they know? Do you get what I'm saying? Did they know Islam? No, they didn't. They knew Christianity. So that's what I'm saying.
I would have thought, King, that monotheism predates the Abrahamic religion. That's a big error that was written in the big error. No disrespect to the chat.
Yeah, they were pagans though. Yeah, and I'm saying that what they call him pagan was Hellenistic, and all the above worship of Pan, Baphomet, you name it. This is where it come Wicca. You know what I'm saying? Witchcraft and all of these type of things were prevalent in Europe way before the advent of what they're talking about, the Abrahamic religions. Remember, they took it on. there is no passage that you're going to read that says, oh, they're the originators. No, they took it on. So if they're honest, and even if the Jays are honest, and they say, oh, King Bulon is the one who converted to Judaism. Do you get what I'm saying? So like every angle with the Abrahamic, these men will tell you exactly when they jumped on it. It wasn't a thing like, oh, you know what I mean? We are the originators. Now, Now you look at the pagans. You worship Zeus. You worship Canunis and all of these type of things. Do you get what I'm saying? Serapis and all of that. So then you can take these characters and then you add it to the Abrahamic to give you Christ and all of this type of thing. Do you get it? So that's what they did. That's what the meeting of Nicaea was about. So we know how gone. You know what I mean? So yeah, but mainly, yeah, it was based on Romans and other type pagans being non-Abrahamic. Yeah, there you go. You happy game. But I'm saying it was mainly Christianity, man. We gotta understand Paul and all of that. He was trying to be a Roman, like Roman controlled most of the areas in a certain time of what we're talking about. You know what I mean? So, yeah, and they definitely wasn't that. Well, when we talk about Pontius Pilate, we know he wasn't no Christian.
Yeah, true.
Yeah, pagan gods and that. You know what I mean? Ask him personally what he deals with, and he'll tell you, man. He's got his own personal god, a bull, a pagan bull, and all of that. These are all their symbols and that from time. Yeah, Minotaur, all of this type of shit.
I believe Apollo, Rome, Diana, and Jupiter. No disrespect to her. So that was the spiritual system. Yeah.
You get me? That was the Romans. They just pimped from the Greeks. You get me? And the Greeks had their own system. Well, it's the original system. Yeah. But then when we go back into the Germanic and all of that, it's all the same thing. Zeus is now Odin. Odin is, you know what I'm saying? Like they all just as they've moved along and moved to different areas, they've kind of tweaked their paganism, if you put it that way. Yeah. Which anyone would do, I suppose. Especially when you're going to get more information. You've got Egypt on the other side, or Alexandria, where your people are settled as Greco-Romans. So they're bringing you a form of religion that you're going to eventually call Catholicism or Catholic. You know what I mean? Roman Catholic. That's where it comes from. You get it? But that Roman Catholicism comes from the ideas of Cleopatra and Mark Antony. After fleeing there, right?
Yeah. So the 30th dynasty, right? 30th.
Right, the last dynasty of Egypt or whatever, the Ptolemies. Yeah. When they were done, they ran back to Rome, ran back to thing and set up the Roman Catholic Church, and that's how the shit started. You get
right, yeah.
On them concepts. So it's like, raw. Okay, that makes sense, and that predates Constantine. So the idea and the thinking of this kind of one God thing and all of that, which they've taken and assumed from the Cometan. Because to ask the Cometans, and they'll say what they wrote down was nonsense. Because we weren't there to teach them. Even way before then, we had disappeared. We had moved areas. You can't have a 10-year drought in a particular area and stay there. Like, who does that? So we keep it moving, innit? It was a desert always. You get me? You try and live in the Giza Plateau. Like, what's wrong? Yeah? We got the Nile. That's all we care about is the Nile. We're up and down the Nile. You know what I'm saying? Like, live in the middle of the Sahara. Like, no one, that's dumb stuff. Yeah? We ain't arcanating out here. Go and build a city in the middle of nowhere. Yeah? And then when people come in to visit you, European dignitaries or whatever, Mediterranean, they're fainting. Because you got that out in the whole sun, and you're the one sitting there with an umbrella. You know what I'm saying? It's just like, even with the Middle Eastern and Islamic thing, you've got to understand. This is desert living. Man are living in tents, and you get what I'm saying? And caravans and traveling from place to place to place. None of it suggests people who just sit down in one location. A lot of the prophets were travelers in a sense. They rode in a caravan of people, family, nephew, sons, daughters, wives, all of that. They would just take themselves and pick themselves and go from one side of the map to the other side of the map. Cool. But let's acknowledge it for what it is. This is why some of the behaviors and thing within Islam is like, oh, you man have to do this, a man have to do that, a man have to fast and do. But you don't understand that these things are essential if you live in that type of environment. There's gonna be days you go out without food and you just got water. You get what I'm saying? So those who have experienced or live that experience, if you're gonna follow that faith, yeah, that's what you're gonna have to do. These are some of the practices why you're doing them, why you're doing Ramadan and all of that, because you need to learn, yeah, that when things are hard and tight and it purifies the body. There's many reasons why you should do that. You know what I mean? For some of us,
the signs in it.
Yeah, the sun is closest to the earth on the Thursday, yeah. So you can draw on that energy. Do you get what I'm saying? So you should fast on that day. Do you get what I'm saying? Regardless, take a day, one day in the week where you just don't eat. You know what I mean? Like until sunset. That's fine. But it's a practice, right?
Yeah.
So when it comes to doing Ramadan, it ain't no big deal. You know what I'm saying? It ain't no big deal for me. I just do the thing, man. Sun up, sunset to sundown, sun up to sundown. You get what I'm saying? I'm good. You know what I mean? But I gotta have water though. Yeah. I always tell them, I drink water, man. They say, my brother, you're not allowed to, bruv. Are you telling me I'm not allowed to live? Because one thing that shouldn't be on no list is water. Water is essential for life. I don't know what you're doing. You can go without food, you just can't go without water, like, you know? And to replenish and get rid of all the things that are ailing you or whatever by fasting, you're gonna have to drink water constantly. Like, it's a good practice, right?
Yeah, I don't disagree with it, man. The ancestors is practice,
Look, all these fake kings. You could just tell. For you to have a picture like this, something says to me, there's another picture. There's an original picture. You know, sometimes, not all the time, but sometimes I feel like the people who, you know, the victors, the spoils, and they also get to rewrite history. And that's my point. You know what I mean? They Saxons, Anglo-Saxons, and they got all of us thinking what Anglo-Saxons are, according to this video. Right, let's go. Last bit. Alfred.
Under his leadership, the Anglo-Saxons defeated the Vikings at the Battle of Edington in 878. After that, the Vikings retreated to the northeastern region of the island and left the remaining territory to the Anglo-Saxons. The Anglo-Saxons developed some battlefield innovations that changed warfare for the Britons, Anglo-Saxons, Vikings, and later the Normans. First, they brought together numerous small village armies into one large, well-organized, and well-commanded fighting unit. They employed archers, javelin throwers, and slingshotters, besides swords and spears. Soldiers used large shields to form an impenetrable wall. Anglo-Saxons even used horses in battle. The Anglo-Saxons held control over Britain until 1066, one of the most momentous years in world history. The Anglo-Saxon king, Edward the Confessor, died, and the crown passed to his successor, Harold Godwinson. His reign, however, lasted only about 9 months. Shortly after, William the Conqueror of Normandy launched the Norman invasion and attacked Britain. Following the Battle of Hastings in October of 1066, the Normans took control of Britain away from the Anglo-Saxons, although the majority of the people living on the islands remained Anglo-Saxons. Even though history...
Tribe of Dan. It depends on your mindset, man. Yeah. Whereas some people say they got a religion. I don't say I got a religion. Yeah. You know what my faith is, you know what my thing, but that's my way of life. It's not religion. This is where some people get confused. What people are doing out there, some people are doing religion. I'm not doing religion. Yeah. I've been dealing with spirituality or the spiritual aspect of any discipline that I've been involved with. Do you get what I'm saying? Like there's a spiritual side. I didn't even know even that for Christian until I met that brother Yakub in the park. And he was like, nah, I'm like a spiritual Christian. And I was like, rah, we had a debate on it. Because I just wanted to hear his point of view. And I was like, rah, this sounds cold still. You know what I mean? If I was going to do Christianity, I would do this.
I mean, we have to tread carefully when it comes to black people's religion, man, because it can get very controversial unless you know the ins and outs, man. Because a lot of people demonize it, don't they? So
Yeah. People ain't ready, man. You know what I mean? My shit's 30, man. Get me? Amongst all those who know all them years in Speaker's Corner, I would have been exposed as a fraud if I was in there chatting shit, bro. Can't even do that, bro. You know what I mean? Out there with the top scholars, imams, and linguists. Yeah. I've had man come from Dubai to come and visit, man. You get me? Because they believe in what I'm saying. I got Muslims in the chat who have become not sectarian, but just Muslim because of the words I spoke. Do you get what I'm saying? And the dalil I brought forth. So, like, when it comes to religion, that's why I say I usually leave it for Sunday. But when it comes to that, that's why I know you don't see no one trying to test me. Yeah. I've done it all, been there, seen it, t-shirt. You know what I mean? I've learned a lot. There's no way you could go to somewhere like Speaker's Corner and not learn anything, man. That'd be terrible.
that Afro-Caribbean, what's his name? Is it Sheikh and Danjum? He's very prolific.
Yeah, I love Sheikh Danjuma, man. He's the same as me. Yeah, he's in the same. He's in the same Islamic clan as me. You get what I'm saying? Me, him, and Captain Rambo, right? And brother Callum,
right?
Yeah. We are Sufi Ansars, man. Just allow it, man. You just can't take it. The Dalil is too gangster. It's so gangster, yeah, that when I gave it to Shamsi, yeah, the next week he brought a ladder, stood up on the ladder, and was proclaiming, yeah, those who are exempt from all of this sectarian business are the Mujarin and Ansars. Done.
Right.
End of argument. You get me? My shit's exempt. I'm not in the 70-something sects. Yeah. It's the original shit. That's what I'm saying. It's not mainstream Islam. Like when people approach me and we have discussions and I'm saying, oh, where are you coming from? I tell you where I'm coming from. Yeah. And they'll be like, okay, we know about that. Just about. You know what I'm saying? Yeah. Because you gotta understand that people who are Ansars were like Bilal. The Ansars followed the Prophet and guided him and protected him all the way to Medina. So I'm saying the Muslims existed prior to the Prophet, peace be upon him, and he even bucked up on some. So do you get it? Integral to his thing. This is why when we say like Bilal and the call to prayer, who taught Bilal? Because according to the text, the Prophet only chose him out of, there was another guy doing it and he was like, no. Bilal, you do it. He didn't recite and tell him what he had to do. My man already knew it. So that's suggesting to you that even though he was captured as a slave, what was his origins? Because he was of the Habasha.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? Which we know is a royal bloodline in Ethiopia. So this Ethiopian slave was not an Ethiopian slave, was most likely an Ethiopian prince. And he was also an Ansar. And the Ansars are aiders of Allah. Yeah. Ansar Allah, that's what they're called, right? So they're the aiders. Yeah, they've always been around and they're the original followers of Isa, sallallahu alaihi wasallam. Do you get it?
Right.
So obviously before the Prophet, peace be upon him, there's other prophets, right?
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
I'm saying the last one before the Prophet, peace be upon him, they were followers of that. Just like there would have been followers of Moses, followers of Abraham. Do you get it? But most of them, no matter the Prophet, peace be upon him, and all of them, they were following Abraham's instruction and model. Do you get it? Yeah. So it's quite clear, and the Prophet, peace be upon him, only came to proclaim and reinforce what Isa sallallahu alaihi wasallam already said. So they're all giving respect and rights to each other thing. And then in the biblical side or the Bible side, he's predicting that there will be another comforter. Yeah. And his name will be Ahmed. Ahmed in Hebrew, Muhammad in Arabic. That's it. Simple. Done those thing, had that debate, beat up Buddha Builder with it, game over. Man said no one had brought that Delil in 3 years of Speaker's Corner. So gay, bro. Yeah, but I came there and I broke records. I smashed, bruv. Don't take Sniper for no Mickey Mouse, bro. I've been doing this for time, bruv. It's easy when you know, innit? When you got information, you can box clever.
The knowledge is powerful, man. It's, you know, knowledge.
When I
is
talk
too
to
much,
the Rastas and all of the different people who used to go pre me, who laid the foundations, even for Ishmael Belgrove and that. When I talk to those people and they say to me, yeah, bruv, when we was down there giving them the Delil, licking them down, Rasta, you get me? Showing them Wagwan and and you know what I mean? People surrounding us and all of this and asking questions and all of that. And I was like, yeah, we was the next generation for you lot. You get me? Because it died down a little bit with Sarah and them, and then it reinvigorated with me, Jeds, Ras, and whoever came after that. You get what I'm saying? And now that we've left, it's kind of dipped again.
I should see man bring bags and that, man. You know what I mean? Bags, big bags, man.
Yeah,
you know, martial art bags with books. You know what I mean? Library books and that. Drop it,
Uncle
boom,
Sai,
and then
Uncle Sai would do that, bro. Yeah, he had the biggest bag. I had rucksack. You know what I mean? I had my rucksack and I had my books. So you got to have your weapons and your tools.
Yeah.
Otherwise, you're just chatting shit and you get exposed. I mean, you have to be able to pull verses and all of that type of stuff and defend your talk. Because really, you should have done your homework. You done your homework in the week, and then you come, and then boom, you're bringing an argument. And if anyone opposes that, then you've got Delil to also back that up. That's how it
Now,
works.
my weapon is love, and I kill the animosity. You know, love is my weapon, and I'm gonna kill animosity.
Love is hate.
Big up H, big up man, big up H.
Who?
Love, cuz man, stay strapped, cuz love.
Man, I've mastered my thing, man. I don't know about all this all over the place. You have to be a little bit, I don't know, not mad or thing, but you have to be a little
Warrior
bit, have a little
spirit.
bit.
It's called warrior spirit.
Sorry.
Yeah,
No,
you're
sorry.
right.
This is discussions and how you discuss with people and debate and all of that. This is a skill. I am not a rapper. You understand? I'm not a rapper. I didn't go Speaker's Corner to rap and let people know my album or single and That's not my capacity. I've never been like that. Yeah, I've been in the Oxford Debate League years ago. You get what I'm saying? I really do this. You know what I mean? And anyone who's been around me and been around my house, it's just books, bro. Pure books. You know what I mean? I was running library in Speaker's Corner. You get what I'm saying? I was giving people little books, plan fees, all sorts. Yeah, hold this. Bring it back in a week, 2 weeks, whatever. Yeah. Oh, someone wants the holy tablets. I bring in the holy tablets. Yeah.
Yeah, but have you seen God though? But have you met God? Have you spoke to God? Have you touched God? Have you seen God? Have you tasted God? That's what. Tell me about that, G.
You sound gay, man. Like
you know the Sikhs and that. It's gonna go off top. How did they kind of do well in Speaker's Corner? Have they got their books?
Man.
Are they back?
Mate. No, the guy, Jagaraj Singh, was a fucking beast in Speaker's Corner. His intellect was boundless, bro. He was like, he knew his shit. You get me? And he knew so many other stuff that he was so secure in his thing that no matter who questioned him, Muslims or whoever otherwise, by the time they left, they were like semi-agreeing with him.
Okay.
Like, boy, your thing ain't even that bad. You know, it's actually all right. It's kind of compatible with Islam. And you weren't saying that at first. You get it? But the way my man spoke articulately and I think he was a university graduate anyway. Do you know what I mean?
Okay.
Yeah. But rest in peace, man. Because when I really wanted to get to know him, I used to see him all the time in the park. Yeah. And they look militant still. You know what I mean? But they were just doing their thing, right? And then I went away one week and I watched bare of his videos on YouTube. Yeah.
Right.
There was one where he was like, oh, Jaguar team takes on 5 Muslims. Let me see that. Boom. Pressed on it. Yeah. Some of the usual suspects in that. Yeah. But they was coming with fire and he was calm and he was collected and I also learned from people like Gary Google.
Right.
Yeah, I liked his style, how he could do it with a smile. Do you know what I'm saying? He's hitting you with hard delil, you know, but you're accepting it because he's not being aggressive, disrespectful, or anything. He's just the Mayweather of the thing.
My man with the glasses, with the hat.
Yeah, with his little
Yeah,
microphone.
man. Yeah.
I loved all that. I loved all that, man. I loved all that. And then Dan Juma as well. And Uncle Ty. So these are my team. Like, there's levels to this, man. You know what I mean? You can't talk to
That's
them guys.
the Israelite brother from from Nigeria, innit? Yeah.
From Nigeria, yeah. He's in
article done.
Yeah. Like, yeah, you say, man, this guy's low IQ. No, he's not low IQ. I like him, man. Mansa or whatever his name is. Yeah, he's all right. He's one of the first
I thought you were gonna say H. I thought you were gonna say H. I thought you were gonna say H.
No, you got nothing to do with it, man. First time I met you, I cooked you.
I thought you were gonna say no, but I like H, man.
You're all right, H, man, but yeah, I don't know why you want extra validation.
Big up.
You know, there's a lot of crazies out here, and I've got to deal with it. You know what I mean? I've got to deal with it. I've just got to be me. You know what I mean? A lot of you just sit in the chat and say what you're saying, but you got to understand, I got to deal with a lot of discombobulated people who might have information, but I've got to decipher and, you know, bring them down or, you know, keep them at a level that we can have a discussion.
Now you know what it is, G, yeah?
For example,
it's a skill, man. It's a
right,
skill.
like for example, H. Like this guy's tweaking all the time. But
yeah, and I don't want to make it about me, and I don't want to derail it. But if I may say that, we gotta like me, I'm an idiot, you know what I'm saying? So don't take nothing personal from me. If I say something, just be like,
listen.
Yeah.
Listen, I got bare Sikh friends, man, Sikh brothers who I know very well, bro, who I grew up with and all of that, bro. They ain't nothing like you. Ain't nothing like half the guys I've met and thing. And as I said, the ones I've met, as I said, were top notch. Yeah. And as I said, like, look, even we got Bad Marsh in the chat. Yeah. Me and Bad Marsh became good speakers corner buddies. You know what I mean? Just from turning up there every week.
But he sniffs coke and that, man. But listen, cuz, and LSD and that.
You never did that.
My man did LSD and that. But cousin, let me say this, yeah. Let me say this, G, yeah. That we
you can't do the personals like that age, man.
I know, man. You put out Willie on, yeah. Like I would rather think. I've never seen Bad Marsh do that.
Yeah.
I've seen him have a drink. You get what I'm saying? At Speakers Corner, and he will say it. I'm a little thing. I'm not on my game or on my dean today. Do you get me? He's a more joker kind of, like he's got a quirky kind of style that I like. You know what I mean? He's just, for me, he was just a friend. Do you get what I'm saying?
I hear that, man.
I had good conversations with, you know what I mean? Me and another Indian guy. Do you get what I'm saying? It was another. But
the point I wanted to make was that, you know, for example, we serve people, we help people. Why do we help people? Because at the end of the day, it makes us feel good. You know what I'm saying? So we only do what makes us feel good. We're selfish like that. We only do what makes us feel good. You know, in bad times, no one's gonna be there for no one. In good times, we're there with each other. We're all chilling, having cracking jokes. In bad times, no one's gonna be there with no one. But what I'm saying, the point I'm making from that is that we should see the permanent essence inside of everyone, that which connects all of us, and that's God. And that's why when I look. That's why when I look
at it, bro, are we all connected when some of us worship demons?
Because the cosmos in it, there's one. The cosmos in it, we're all related.
I know. Okay.
It takes form. It takes different forms in it, but the power behind it, the power which the power from which it comes from, the vibration is one. Even despite it having different frequencies, and if we can recognize that. Yes, that God, that the essence, that truth, that permanence. Yeah, if we can be attached to that, as opposed to be attached to the temporary shit. Yeah, then we can be more. We can love each other for their differences. You know what I'm saying? But be aware at the same time that these are just these aren't gonna last. These relationships ain't gonna last. You know what I'm saying? But that's all. If that makes sense, innit? That's all I wanted to say, really.
Yeah. So you're listening, Gain. You listening how your discombobulated brothers come up on these panels, say what they want, and we still allow it. Yeah. I don't think you should be judging man like me or any of you to be, you know what I mean? I do a big job. This is dealing with a lot of people who's been messed up by the lockdown and all of that, being in confined spaces. It's only lucky that some of us have been incarcerated at young age, so we kind of that wasn't that hard for us. But for others who never been on the wrong side of the law, it was a problem. You know what I mean? And it has been a problem. And I understand or overstand my capacity on these streams. Yeah, it's to help. It's not to hinder. It's to help. It's to bring some light in this mad world that we're living in of information age or whatever. We need some balance. We need someone who can say, like, listen, I'll break it down simply for you. What's wrong with that? You know what I mean? A man say all over the place, but I have to be. Yeah. Remember that I got a photographic memory, so anything I've absorbed is there still, and I can draw on it. That's why any conversation, you notice your boy Sniper is capable of having a conversation about. Doesn't matter the topic. I know something on it, right? If I don't know anything on it, I would never speak. But unfortunately, we haven't come across that circumstance. Yeah, we ain't come across something I'm not really, familiar with. Like, what are we doing? I have to. You know what I mean? It was part of my learning and thing. And remember, I've raised children. And raised children to successfully, go uni and graduate and keep it moving. So I'm doing what I'm supposed to do as a parent. And I said, all this information was for them, not for you. This is like a bonus now. You get what I'm saying? I can give it out now to the public and all of that, when it was my nearest and dearest. Those close to me, the youngers, the man, them, you get me, the sisters, them, all of them. I've got cousins and family members now who just like, if I get on the phone with them, I can't get off 2-3 hours because I led them down a path of enlightenment, and then, bruvs, they just ran with it. Now they're more RGB than me, and even, you know what I mean? More Pan-African and everything, you know what I mean? Yeah, they're really going Gambia and that, you know what I mean? Trying to help and do their stuff.
Yeah, man.
And I'm proud of them because, and they're proud of me because that's what led them to go and do these things. You know what I mean? Oh, cuzzy, you're so knowledgeable, especially my girl cousins. God damn, they're like sponges. Because they were research as we're talking. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
I'm on the phone to them. Man. She's on Google. Verifying what I've been saying. Like, yeah, cuz, what did he say again? How do you spell it? Yeah. No, I'm looking here. It's true. It's true what you said. I know, cuz. I know. Yeah, but you have to give people credit. Yeah. If I'm talking something, it's maybe because I've looked at that information already. Yeah, it could be even outdated, but I definitely know about it. And if I don't, I don't. But as I said, in this world, how is that possible? You got a really good memory, Mike. And there's a lot of information. You were taught a lot of information. You was at a foundation level. That's your you know what I mean? I could have gone to uni, but obviously life and other things got in the way, right? Oh yeah, I did foundation course and all of that. You know what I mean? You have to get those little papers, and they don't really mean too much, but at the same time, coming from a Nigerian background, it's essential.
Yeah, of course. Yeah.
Like, your dad's a scientist, your dad's a this, your dad's a that, your dad's a doctor, your dad's a, you know what I mean? That's what they tell you. So you have to
fuck everything. Burn all that education, this and that. I'ma dedicate this life to God, bruv. I'ma dedicate my life to God.
I feel there's some truth to that.
What I mean,
I believe there's some truth to that. That education, this education they give us is not everything, but they do at certain levels give you the process, the ability to process information. Yeah, the ability to learn. The way you might think of learning something is not the correct way. You have to use the scientific method or or these things that you have to apply to your logic.
Yeah. Especially to decipher the information as well.
That's
especially
and there's times when you have to engage in that sort of environment. You can't move, you can't distance yourself away from it. You can't move away from situations like that, and these are opportunities for you to be able to manage your emotions in those situations, and being able to boss your your mind and bossing yourself in a fucked up situation.
Because let's look at this Anglo-Saxon thing. Yeah, this Anglo-Saxon. I learned that in primary school.
Yeah, we all did. Yeah.
Yeah, I learned it in primary school. Yeah, so that's what I'm trying to say. Like, you have to have a decent memory to remember that, and then recite.
And then the Panafi Saturday school, they'll teach you about the Blackamoors. So yeah, man.
Yeah, let me play the rest of this video. It's only a couple minutes.
Historians refer to the Anglo-Saxon era in Britain as the Dark Ages. The Anglo-Saxons made their mark on the history of England, and in fact, all of Europe. Once they converted to Christianity, they helped to initiate the conversion of their pagan allies, using their various alliances to negotiate foreign relations and to establish a booming trade. Perhaps
What? They converted to what? Like, I just don't like repeating myself. You say it's all over the place, but it's on point. Because they keep telling me so. You know what I mean? They keep reiterating thing. You would have thought I saw this video before. Nope. Yeah, let's pull it out randomly. Yeah, the next video I pulled I've watched, but this one, nah. I just wanted to give the story from the other side, you know. But I already know it very well. You know what I mean? What makes up England and English people and all of that, and the history, Mercia, all of that, Umbria, all of that stuff. Just useless information, but it's there. And that's how it works, man. My brain is a supercomputer, man. So it might seem all over the place for you, but you can't even fathom how I think. Yeah, your melanin and my melanin is two different things, fam. You know what I mean?
You have to be a walking book, man, in this life, man.
Yeah, I remember that film, Limitless.
Yeah.
And the guy says, "My brain is like Google."
Yeah.
That's how I feel. That's how I feel. That's how I feel. Yeah, it's just got better information in there. Some is pseudo, some is whatever. You know what I mean? But that's what they taught us. And then at least we can decipher it and put it in its proper place when other information comes along that, you know, gives you more clarity on it. It's like, okay, they used to tell us this, you know, when we was growing up. And now they say this. And now they brought this new word in. And now they brought this new term in. And now they brought this in. There was no pseudo when I was growing up. Or even pseudoscience. Never existed. Yeah? All the emergence of all these new names and all these new words and all these new definitions came within my lifetime. So some of them I can't accept because I'm like, bravs, they weren't calling it that before. They made that shit up. Oh, now you got ADHD. They didn't say you had ADHD before. They said you were schizophrenic. They said there was this. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Yeah.
In that book, 1974, Myths of Mental Health, it mentions in that book, man. There's no such.
Yeah. And then they start making up new terms and new things, which is fair. All right, cool. But you can't accept all of us to accept it. But I do accept that there are going to be a generation of people who only know certain information.
Yeah,
it's like hearing a track now, not knowing that it's a remake of an older track. You get what I'm saying?
Yeah.
You heard the cover version and you're like, yeah. This is the shit. You know what I mean? This guy's the artist. And I'm like, that's a remix, man. He used that, the beat from the old tune. Oh, you want to hear the original? Let me play it for you. That's it. You know what I mean? So I do understand some people's discombobulation, like, how do you work it? And I have to draw from many pools of my knowledge to explain a thing. Because imagine someone asks you a question. They have no clue of what the answer is to that question. They don't even know that the parameters of the question they ask. Sometimes you have to break down the question,
Yeah.
give them an answer, and then explain the answer.
Tricky. Can be
It's a
tricky.
lot.
Yeah, man.
It's a lot. It's a lot. You know what I mean? If you ain't on a person's level of, information, then the best bit is reciting it, because you also learn. You know
Right.
what I mean? If you got it all in your head and it's just in your head, it's just gonna stay there, and you might get on stage or talk to someone and then do you know that? When you can just draw on things now, like boom, 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 yeah, Anglo-Saxons, this one, that one, that's one, Normans, thing, Vikings, you name it, Ragnar Lothbrok, it's a pool. It's an endless reservoir of information in man's brain. Remember, there ain't no supercomputer that's like man's brain.
That's right. That's right.
We're still studying it. So what are we doing? You know what I'm saying? We made the computer. A man thought. A man had a mathematical equation. I said, yeah, this is it. Boom, internet. So the brain that could do that is what they're trying to work out. A brain that could perceive God, question the existence of God. That brain they're still trying to work out. Trust me. You know what I mean?
Their biggest contribution was their success in merging the different kingdoms of Britain into one unified force. For the first time, the people living on the British Isles viewed themselves as something bigger than their individual kingdom. They viewed themselves as English. To discover more about the history of the Anglo-Saxon people, then check out our book, The Anglo-Saxons, a captivating guide to the people who inhabited Great Britain from the early Middle Ages to the Norman conquest of England. It's available as an ebook, paperback, and audio.
Yeah. We love that. We love that. We enjoyed it, man. We enjoyed it. It was a good video. Can't lie. 10 minutes. And 10 minutes to us is like 3 hours. You know how we stay, man. Okay, got something for ya. I really wanted to play. I know where the family is at, man. Jump on, man. Khan. Look at these man in the chat, man. Pick up yourselves, though. Anglo. We was dealing with the Anglos. Bloody Anglis. Anglo-Saxons, man. What the bomber clout, man? Let's go. I have to speed this guy up because he's a bit sleepy with the thing, man. This actually makes him sound fine. There's a worse one, though. A brother, he just goes slow. Slow. You have to speed him up, Because if you even put him on one speed in front, he's just going to mash it up. It's still going to be slow. It's just like, right, is this guy slow or something? You're like, right, it's been speeded up. But yeah, let's go. Who's bullying the bully? Who's bullying the bully? You're bullying the bully. Who's the bully? You're bullying Khan. No, he didn't invent the internet. He brought the mathematical equation for the internet. You heard me clearly, man. You act like you dance sometimes.
Oh, Philippe Maguire.
Yeah.
You know about him?
Right. I said the mathematical. Did I not say the mathematical equation, or did I say he invented the internet? No, I said he gave the mathematical equation.
Yeah.
I didn't even really mention him, to be honest. I'm not.
Yeah.
That's not really my main concern. You get me? I'm not showing off about the achievements of bringing the internet to the world, like because it was a Nigerian guy. That's nothing, man. We don't care about that.
The unethical code of conduct is rising.
What, sir? Yeah, we're not saying he invented it, bro. We saw the video of the guy who supposedly gave us the internet, right? It's a white guy, some white guy, right? But that doesn't make no sense, bro. That's the sellable stuff now. That's something, a byproduct of the space race or whatever they've been using it for prior, because it's been around longer than you think. Do you get what I'm saying? It's just when it got into the public hands, well, yeah, now you can have your own PCs and, Bill Gates and can bring, was it Windows and all of that? We lived through all of these computers, bro,
Yeah.
and internet when there was no internet. Right? Don't do
That's
that.
true.
You know what I mean? Yeah. And then when the information came out, you had to hold the L, man. Hold it.
The CD-ROM days. CD-ROM mathematic equation for the.
You in? Yeah, done. Cool.
There does seem to be a worry whenever you mention the African inventors. I noticed that the non-Africans get a bit. They start to spaz out.
Is,
you know what I mean?
no, is Dan non-African? Is he African? I don't even know.
Yeah, he's from
Okay.
Yeah, man.
Yeah, don't worry about it, man. It's just life, man. You gotta get this work. We don't care what you saying. You gonna learn
Gain
today.
mathematic equation from the internet. You mean algorithm from algebra, which came from the Persian inventor. I don't know about that game. Big up to you though. I don't know about that.
Oh, man mentions man's name. That's it. I didn't mention man's name. You get me? I just talk about man brought a mathematical equation. Why you got the internet?
Yeah.
It's just general knowledge, common knowledge. Like, I don't know how
Yeah.
you don't know that, Dan. Like, what are you doing, man? Bunch of dances, bro. I ain't got time for the shit. Yeah, just because you lot are the best at using it. I'm into IT. I'm into IT, my friend. Like, relax, man. Relax.
I would have thought that algebra does involve encoding iron share due to the fact that the coding relies on numbers still and symbols, etc. Difference of opinion, I suppose.
All right, I'm back. Sorry. Yo, what happened? You know, was on silent or something?
I think the sound or something.
Sound? No, it was on pause. It was on pause. I didn't mute anything. I just had to go deal with something outside. No, video ain't playing, man. Shush. Yeah, what are these guys talking about? We got you, man. Don't be scared.
I'm trying to work out why wouldn't algebra be part of the building of the internet, even though it, involves numbers. It's very confusing. That is,
well, no, I mean, the internet is just zeros and one and zero. You get me? We know that. Everybody knows that, no? So yeah, man. Dot matrix and all of that type of stuff, like.
That's what I said. But there's a guy in here. He's saying that it's got nothing to do with building the internet. So that's I was a bit. He was saying that algebra, as it's a fragment of maths. It's got nothing to do with building the internet, but the internet comprises of mathematical equations. So you know what I mean?
Yeah,
so,
but it's not necessarily algebra, like x equals y. Do you get what I'm saying? Because like you're already given the answer in, I suppose, in the computer mathematics. You get what I'm saying? So it's like semi cheating, isn't it? You're loading everything up onto the system. Do you get me? You're giving it the process and you're giving it the answers. So it's like, how could it go wrong with the numbers? It's your number system. You know what I mean? But yeah, they say that the system is aligned with ancient Egyptian mathematics and also Chinese.
Right.
That ability to be able to come up with these equations, that ability is available to every single person, every single individual, regardless of your color, your religion, where you're from. However, having said that, one needs an external person, needs someone from Egypt or China to show that, to awaken that process within the individual. So you're right, but I just wanted to point out that it's available to everyone, that ability is available to everyone, but that we need someone from, like you were saying, we need an external person, like someone from Egypt or China, someone that's already enlightened. We need someone to show the person that truth within themselves.
Right. Let's say work. All right, let me play this video, man. See what the little brother have to say. The origin of the Saxons. Let's go. We saw Anglo-Saxon just a minute ago. Let's go.
You informed. We are reading from the Anacalypsis, Volume 2, by Godfrey Higgins, Esquire, Book 1, Chapter 1, Saka, Saxons. I shall, in this chapter, submit to my reader some observations relating to the ancient Saka of Tartary, or North India. These observations will be of importance in the discussion of the origin of letters, which will be contained in a future book, and also of the first importance in the two following books, the object of which will be to show that a real, not a poetical, age of gold and age of learning, peace, and civilization once existed, and that this was under the rule of a sacerdotal caste or order which governed the whole world, and which originated the feudal system. I shall also show that all the sacred numbers and the cycles were intimately connected with, and indeed partly arose out of, a microscopic theory named by Plato in his Timaeus, which was a part of the secret doctrine of Genesis. And the whole of this I shall also show was intimately connected with the feudal system. I fear the extracts from Gorgias will be found by many of my readers tedious, but as proofs of my system from an unwilling witness, they are of the first importance and cannot be dispensed with. They are letting you know that the ancient Saka was of Tartary or North India, and that a great civilization once existed, which was considered an age of peace and learning, that was under the rule of a sacerdotal caste or order, which governed the whole world. Out of them came the feudal system, or the mandate of heaven, among other systems. All the sacred numbers and cycles, which was a part of the secret doctrine of Genesis, are closely and intimately connected with the feudal system. But you should know that the sacred numbers and cycles that is a part of Genesis were only known by a selected few secret initiates or secret societies that held the truth of the secret doctrine, which they still do till this day, while ordinary people, or who was not taught the secret doctrine, were left with myths without the true meaning. We have seen that one of the most common names of Buddha was Sakya, the name of the Lama of Tibet, and Saka and Saksa. From this name of Buddha, it was that the tribes who inhabited an extensive country east of the Caspian Sea and north of Tibet were called Saka. This was the hive whose caste are yet found in the West, called Saxons, having, as Dr. Geddes says, the Hebrew language. They were the Belgic sons of God. So, one of the most common name of the Buddha was Saka, which was the name of the Lama of Tibet. From this name of Buddha, these tribes that inhabited an extensive country east of the Caspian Sea and north of Tibet were called Saxons, who were Scythians and Buddhists in ancient times. The word Saxons came from the word Saka, and Saka is nothing but the ancient Buddha. You should note that the ancient or genuine language of the Saxons is of the Hebrew language. And I have already shown and proven that the ancient Indus or Scythians were black or Negroes, and that they ruled over Asia. However, they were the Germans.
Is that true, Asians? Gain, where you at?
Can I say something? Can I say something, G?
Yeah, that's it. H is here. What are you saying? What are you saying about it?
Yeah, I'll prefer to use the term dark skinned than black.
Buddha's black.
Negro, yeah.
No, Buddha's Negro.
I prefer to say dark skinned, didn't it?
No. I wouldn't prefer that, because you're being disingenuous. Anyone could be dark skinned. Yeah, even you look. Yeah, you like dark skinned Europeans. So I don't know. What do you want me to do? When they say Negroid, that is a phenotype. Yeah, and we know what covers that. All sorts of looks, shaped noses, everything, lips, everything. Yeah, you can't tell us
that's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying, isn't it? I prefer to use the word Negro or dark skinned as opposed to black. Yeah, because when we say black, what we mean is, a black American, Tupac, Biggie, 50 Cent. I prefer to say Negro or dark skinned as opposed to black. Because in India, you see people in India black and brown, and they're dark skin and light skin brown, and they're brothers and sisters. You know what I'm saying? I know Sikhs who have brown Sikhs who have given birth to dark skin children. It's not a big deal for us.
That's you. I mean, you have melanin, but you have admixture as well. So, we're not arguing that. Yeah. When you originally came there, you look like us. Yeah. Over a couple 100,000 or whatever years. Yeah. Things have changed in that region, but loads of people are there. We still got Africans there now. I don't know what you're talking about, bros.
Now, because I don't know, like, yeah. I mean, in India, like, if you get
you just assume that the cities came there via slavery, which is an insult. You know what I mean?
No. Yeah, no. I mean, like, I think like the if you get a dark skinned Negro, yeah, and you give him a white girlfriend, then their children will be brownish, will be fine. Okay, if you can say that, and then if they marry another, not even Indian, but if they marry another white person, then they marry another white person, then their kid will be white. You won't even know if he's black. You'll think he's English. That's how white he'll be. Because I know people like that. Nearly. But let me say one more thing. Like in India, yeah.
White people came from you. They say it. They call themselves
But
Caucasian. What does that mean?
yeah,
What does
but
that mean?
that
Huh? When it's
yeah,
got
but
Asian in it. Like, cool, man. Relax, man.
I've seen recent evidence to which states that it disproves that. Now the another thing is that the it just doesn't make sense it doesn't make sense in my head, like how you say that a half caste person is the same as an Indian brown person. That just doesn't sit right in my head. Like I don't know.
It
I don't know.
doesn't have to. It's
Yeah,
just that
and,
your
and, ano- and
admixture.
another thing I'd say is that in India right now, in Punjab, yeah, is 50 degrees Celsius in Punjab right now. 50 degrees Celsius in Punjab right now, and it's gonna be like that for 6 months. For 6 months, yeah, of the year, it's gonna be 50 degrees Celsius in Punjab. Now, but here's the thing: the other 6 months, yeah, in Punjab, the other 6 months is going to be minus 50. So imagine that. Nowhere in the world is there such a massive variation, yeah, where 6 months of the time is plus 50 degrees Celsius, and the other 6 months is minus 50 degrees Celsius. Now you look on South India, on the other hand, 12 months of the year, 365 days, it's 50 degrees every day, yeah. 12 months of the year is 50 degrees straight, yeah. Now that makes more sense to me, why you have people in the South Indians are darker skinned than the people in the North India. That just makes sense to me. You know what I'm saying? And obviously, yeah.
It doesn't transpire the same way in Africa,
wrong, man.
where we've got the equator and that, which is the hottest part, but it's not the hottest part. North and south of the equator seem to be hotter than the equator line. Yeah, that line seems to be more tropical, in a tropical kind of, where all the rainforests are within that boundary. Do you get it? So I don't know about location making people darker or lighter. That's not what I'm buying. I am understanding that once you mix, yeah, it's a clear sign of mixing. Now there's an internal mix in the continent, and there's an external mix outside of the continent. And those who left the continent and went to other places, this is what we know. One of the oldest being the Dravidians, yeah, the East Africans, yeah.
But that's what I'm saying. That for me, again, that's what I said. Yeah, that's what I said. For me, like I think based on everything I've said and some of the evidence, I would say that it's a made up theory. Now I hear what you're saying as well, but for me, and I'm gonna slightly go not off topic, but just slightly. But then I'm gonna bring it straight back to what we said on the video, which is that again I want to reiterate. I want to make clear that me personally as an individual, although these debates do have their places and it's healthy, I would for me what's more important is that remembering and dedicating my life to not saying he's black and he's brown, but saying he's God and this is God and this is God in the form of, because remember the power behind the energy. So you have energy, everything's energy, but the power behind it, the power behind the life force, yeah, the power behind that, yeah, which is for me is a function of God. And depending on the angle you look at it from, but for me, I would rather, I would very quickly, Kel, I'm done then, innit? Yeah, but what I would prefer to do is not label people as individual people, because then I'm giving them power. I'm giving them power by labeling them. I rather say that everything is God, yeah, and that God in the form of, yeah, God in the form of a dark-skinned person, God in the form of algebra, God in the form of maths, God in the form of science, God in the form of art. So I don't give power to people. I focus on the permanent truth. Now back to the video. Now back to the video. Yeah. Now Buddha. I think there's been like 1 million Buddhas in Himalayas. There's been 1 million Buddhas. So if one of them was dark-skinned, Negro, black, then it doesn't mean that the original was dark skinned, was a Negro from
But
Africa.
loads
It
of the
doesn't.
Buddha features were African phenotype. So
Anyway,
up
yeah.
until that, you know
You
what I
can't
mean?
get away
No,
from it.
Kale.
They
I'm saying that
definitely hold on, bro.
Kale in Himalaya.
Bro, they definitely weren't Indian. Yeah. There's no Indian phenotypes that were depicted as Buddha. They were black and they were Oriental or Mongolian or Mongoloid looking type people. But we have that in the African diaspora. You know what I mean? It's
Yeah,
simple.
but this doesn't bother me. I'm sitting chilling in the back listening. I don't, if it is, if it isn't, it doesn't matter to me. You know what I'm saying? They're all my brothers at the end of the day. So that's the way I see it. These are my brothers, cuz says mine off to me.
Yeah, you sound stupid. Anyway, let's move forward, man. This is why we know it's not your thing. Bunch of dummies, man. Look. Look at the cornrows nappy. Your
That
hair will
bro,
never. Hold on,
that looks like my brother.
You
That
can
looks
play
like my
to the
brother, cuz.
you can play to the guru all you want. Your hair will never be that texture. Never. Done. You're
Nah,
finished.
that looks like my brother's hair. That
Throw
looks like my
yourself in the
brother's hair,
bin, man.
man.
Throw yourself in the bin. And everyone knows, even in India, that people traveled to those places at different times and had and bucked up on existing civilizations that already had some of these spiritual systems and all of that. Come on, bruv. Yeah, everyone says clear when they take on a religion or they take on a faith or way of life or whatever, they tell you. And you lot did that. Yeah, you was Hindu Kush, yeah, and then you changed yourself to. I mean, yeah, you changed it.
Or was the Hindu Kush Indian? Did the Hindu Kush
No,
originate from us?
they were Kushites, yeah, and then they caused the place.
Or were they Indian and did they become Kushites?
No, they were Kushites and became Indian
Nah,
later.
because I'm gonna
Because
disagree there. Because
even the name India is later. It's not first.
yeah,
Yeah,
but
and it's
but
it's
that's like
after
tomato,
Indra.
isn't
Hold
it?
on, man. It's after Indra and after the Indus River. So
Yeah, let's
that's
call
the
it
most
Bharat,
important.
innit? Bharat
Yeah.
then.
So anyway, but yeah, that came later. Definitely the names and the titles of India and all of this stuff. But when it was Hindu Kush, it was Kush first, and then it was Hindu Kush. Now Hindu
Yeah,
Kush is
yeah,
when
but
you take on
yeah.
the faith, the way of life. Do you get what I'm saying? Of Hinduism and Jainism,
But
Taoism, and all of that.
then again, how far we gonna go back? Because I go far as the Big Bang, and I say
Back
actually,
before.
if you want to play that game, then I'm gonna say actually, we all come from one light, one divine source, one light, and that manifested into one vibration, and that vibration manifested into electrons and
Yeah,
protons
but
and neutrons, and
we're
then that
further
man,
down now.
yeah,
We're further down.
because I'm gonna go that far.
We're further down. You're just dunce, man. You don't get it. You're a baby in this. You weren't before the black man in existence. So what you're talking about is secondary. Do you get what I'm saying? It's not first. And we're saying you was a black man originally, and then you mixed with other people outside of the continent of Africa, in India, or whatever you want to call it. Do you get it? But for a long period, and there's still members of your family who are still straight up Dravidians. Jet black, hair jet black, everything black, blacker than their eyebrows and that. Yeah, but they have the original Euro phenotype. This is why they're calling themselves Caucasians. Come on, man, stop this, man.
Even the sixth stage of man evolution, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
You know, that
Yeah,
alone
but again,
clarifies
no,
it.
but the way I see it,
Hold on. We allowed you to speak. The first, the second, the third, and the fourth, Africa. The fifth migration, right, into Asia, and then the sixth, Homo sapiens. So that alone, no disrespect, refutes what you're saying. You know what I mean, look at the nose broken off as well, man. Look at the broke off the nose.
I know.
Do I see things happening? Chemi?
Yeah,
Bro,
yeah.
that's nah. Come on, man. That's just a piss take. But
Let's
yeah, the
break
way
off
I
an
see it,
image.
it's like,
Why would I break off an image that looks like me? It doesn't make any sense. That's
but
signature.
he looks
So
like
we
me,
know
fam. He looks like me, fam. What are you talking about?
it looks like you.
He looks
Stop
like
it,
me. He
Ace,
looks
man.
like my brother, cuz he looks like my brother, man.
Wow.
I mean, stop it. Just stop it, please. It's just very messy. You know what I mean? because you know the Africans put
Yeah,
things
but
in the ear.
remember, fam, remember
brother.
these
One
people,
second.
the person in the statue. No, remember one thing, G. Yeah, this person, yeah, begged my guru to save him from extinction. So let's not forget that this guy begged my guru to save him from extinction, fam. So let's not play that game as well.
You know what? Hey, you're on red bar. You know when you play the computer game, Resident Evil, and red bar, and that you're gonna get the hurt. You're on red bar. You're holding on to your life. You know the unethical code. You're on red bar. Red bar, man. Red bar.
I don't know why you're fighting so vehemently. Like, let the video play, man. Like, yeah, we know other people give their details. We're only dealing with Anglo-Saxons, right? Or where the word Saxon or you know comes from, and all of that relates to the Buddha,
Cuz, I
Dalai
gotta go,
Lama,
fam. I'm gonna
Pascal.
be right back. I gotta go, fam. Be right back.
Go. The delay's too much. I understand, man. But one of your other brothers jump on, man. Gain. You know what I'm saying? AV. Oh, AV's about. Big up AV. Get me? But I know these men agree with me. They know what it is, man. It's just like we're not gonna argue, yeah, that people have been mixed. And your pool in India, once you became a mix, yeah, it wasn't. It's not like you then extended to other types of people and mixed with them. No, you stayed isolated for a long period of time. That's why your neighbor could be your cousin, because the gene pool is not big enough. This is why you lot have so many physical ailments, elephantitis, conjoined twins, all of these type of stuff. Yeah,
Wow,
gal with 6 arms and that. You know what I mean? Lakshmi and that. You know what I mean? These are genetic throwbacks. You know what I mean? There's something in the genes, there's something in the system that shouldn't be there, or maybe is there. I feel because the pool's too small. You know what I mean? The pool's too small. Over thousands of years, a lot of people gonna be related, right? Gonna be related in a small town or a big town or whatever. Gonna be related, man. And these are not just a couple hundred years. We're talking thousands and that. Man, have been there. You know what I mean? So you know, there's still the raw ones are still there. If you sit here and say, as an Asian, there is no Africans, straight up Africans in India, then you're lying. Added that the most of the people in the Indian subcontinent, yeah, you could see the black admixture more clearly. So there's people out there with Afro, you know, like Afro, Said Baba and them man there. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Rest in peace and that. But yeah. So I don't know what he's doing, man. Yeah, you are a you're like the European with melanin. This is why in the classification when I was growing up, under Caucasian came Asian and European.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? In the same classification, which made sense. Yeah. Which made sense. Yeah. You take the melanin away from the skin and you get a European. You get albino, but you get a European. Yeah.
There was a thing in 2013. The Chinese took the white Europeans to court. So they wanted to be classed as white. And the European says you could be classed as Caucasian, but not be classed as white. So yeah, man, you're definitely right, man.
You know what I'm saying? Because it's just a albanized version of an admixture Dravidian. So the mix has already been, they've already been mixed. Yeah. And then other people have come in and mixed with certain groups of them, not all of them. That's why I said some Dravidians still remain whole.
Yeah.
And then some Africans still remain whole as well. To showing you the matrix. If it's all the way back and we came from Africa. No, you didn't come from Africa. You came from some people who came from Africa. Yeah. And had enough time to make you, to mix with other people who already exist and make you an admixture. Yeah. Not wrong with being an admixture. It's just the right admixture. And I'm saying if your pool is small, yeah, you're going to have a lot of genetic defaults and stuff. It's just, it is what it is. You know what I mean? Mud. Vitiligo, stuff going on. Mud. You know what I mean? Stuff that we get. Downs, all of that. Mud. And then some of them are. Because if they mix with any Mongolians and all of that, cheese. That's a punishing. You get it? There's only three
Yeah, I've seen some
phenotypes.
things though.
They said there's
Yeah.
only three phenotypes: Negroid, Caucasoid, and Mongoloid. There's only three phenotypes in the whole world. Yeah, in our whole species, only three. Original. Now look forward, we sped forward in time. Now look. They're just different combinations of those three.
Yeah.
Do you get it? Yeah. It's just that they didn't tell you that the Negroid one has multiple phenotypes.
Yeah. That. Yeah.
Multiple. You get me? He's the original matrix source of phenotypes.
That's
So
right.
you can have straight nose, hook nose, you name it nose. Yeah.
Yeah.
You can have thin nose, broad nose, anything. You can have thin lips, thick lips, whatever. Do you get it? You can look like a monkey, or you can look like, you know what I mean? Like,
Yeah,
what
we
is it?
don't all look the
Primordial.
same. We
Yeah.
don't look the same, but we have the same complexion, etc. So yeah, man, I hear that. Whereas
But
the
as I
rest,
said,
they
in
all
Africa,
seem to look the same.
that older, harder look, that what they call it, Neolithic. That's what the
Yeah.
description is, Neolithic look. It's just an
Yeah.
older version of you. That's all.
Yeah.
So when you
I
see
hear
that in
that.
Africa, you hear that. That's your ancestors. They're not
Yeah.
exactly the same species as you. That is a unique experience that doesn't happen in many places. You know what I mean? So much variety in Africa, and it's so huge, yeah, and so many millions of years of mixing and admixturing and all of that, yeah. It's almost impossible when it starts the DNA, yeah. That's why they say our shit's junk DNA, alien DNA, all of this talk. They
Yeah.
can't work it
Character
out. But
assassination.
one thing
And
they can
yeah.
work out is that we've got everybody else's DNA.
Mm-hmm.
So we father, man. That's it, man. Hold the L, man. Give me rent. Told these niggas some time. Yeah, pay up, man. Pay up, man. Pay up. Always dealing with Buddha, man. Let's move forward, man.
Genuine language of the Saxons is of the Hebrew language. And I have already shown and proven that the ancient Indus or Scythians were black or Negroes, and that they ruled over Asia. However, they were the Germanic tribes that journeyed to Rome and later to Britain in 400 to 500 and odd AD, and were accompanied by light-skinned or Caucasians. And as mentioned, the Saxons were the Belgic sons of Gaul. One of their capitals was Sassons. They were called Saxon by the Welsh, Saxon by the Scotch, and Sassenach or Saxonach by the Irish. They are the people said by Herodotus to be the same as the Scythians, right? So Herodotus confirms that the Saxons are Scythians. Dr. Skeller maintains the whole of Europe to have been occupied by the Saxons before the arrival of the Celts, but they were, in fact, both tribes of the same people. Scythians, Celts, Saxons were successive castes or swarms from the same hive. If there were any difference, it was merely in the time of their arrival in the West, but it is probable that they were only different names for the same people, as the Britons are called English, Scotch, Welsh, Albanians, Caledonians, Cambrians, etc. The difference in their dialects is only what would naturally arise in unwritten languages in the space of 400 or 500 years. Now, we already know that the so-called Celts were Scythians. The Arabians, the Libyans, the Egyptians were all Scythians also of the ancient Saka. And now you can safely add the Saxons, who were the same people of the same hive that journeyed to the west at different times. They were all a caste or swarm sent out from a great and excessive populous hive of Tartary or North India or the country of 1,000 cities. The only difference between them was their names and dialect due to unwritten language over a period of time. There were castes or swarms sent out in succession from a great and excessively populous hive in Tartary or North India, the country of the 1,000 cities of Strabo. They were exactly like the tribes sent out from Britain in modern times, at one time to America, at another time to Africa, at another time to Australia. They were the subjects of the only civilized nation on the earth. They took with them everywhere their manners, government, language, religion, and allegiance to their supreme head, as our colonies all retained their allegiance to the mother country. They at first nowhere found any of their own high caste, none in fact, but such persons as we found in America, Aborigines, as we call them. They met with no resistance, but by degrees, as the world became peopled with the successors of previous tribes of their own countrymen, and land scarce, wars for possession began to arise. This I shall discuss, however, in my next book. As you can see, the Scythians journeyed across the world from Britain to the Americas, and everywhere they went, they brought their manners, government, language, religion, and allegiance to their supreme head, which can be found around the world. But nowhere can be found any of their high caste, in other words, ancient customs, but the persons of the Americas, the black aborigines of America. They were the closest to the ancient customs, because it is said they came to the Americas some thousands of years before Christ. So their mythos was before the Scythians journeyed to Britain. Now, is it coincidence that both the ancients of the Indus and the black inhabitants of the Americas wore the same pearl necklaces or ornaments? I would think not. This subject relating to Jews in America will be for another lesson. The word saka is the same as the Hebrew word ske, imaginary, and scale, to contemplate, and the Greek, in short, mind, constantly confounded with wisdom. The skiakam of the Georgius is probably saka akim. The root is sk, whence came skl, wisdom, and our skill. Saka is sax and sackle, or skl, or skill, or cunning, or knowledge, or scientia, or scientia, or wisdom in any art. Is X or Saka KL, which means the call or wisdom of X, and KL is X equals 600, L equals 50 equals 650, and the KLDI is the origin in its most remote degree of the Kaldai or Chaldeans. I promised this explanation in Book 11, Chapter 1, Section 1. Collide, wisely, cunning, king, incarnation of wisdom or cunning. The origin of the root SK and KL I shall show when I treat of the origin of letters. I have no doubt that this root is, in fact, the same as the SG, whence come SGH, and the Latin sagio, and saga, a witch, and sagacitas, presagio, English, sage, sagacious, presage, and the Roman officer called Sagart, who was the sacrificer, and the Hebrew Sagan, the assistant or advisor of the high priest. From this came the word SLT, scalit, the name given to Joseph in Egypt, and the meaning of which I apprehend was wise man. Joseph was called a savior, and this word is the same as salus, salutis. The barbarian who marched from the north and plundered Jerusalem was a Scythian, or Tatar, or Tartar. He was called Chesak. This is nothing but Saxon, or Sesanak. Tat is a name of Buddha. I know this paragraph is confusing to some, but before there were letters, there was the language of numbers, of which letters came out of, and with this system, the root of words can be established, which will be explored in future work. There was mention of a barbarian who plundered Jerusalem, and he was a Scythian and Saxon of Tatar. And you should also note that the ancient Buddha has many names. Tat is the name of the Buddha, of which Tatar or Tartary got their name or came from. No, all heads of wisdom or of any practice got their names from the Saka.
Get me, Tatar.
Yo, cuz, let me say something quickly.
Tatar, no. Why?
About the black thing, when you made that black comment about they're the most they're the best phenotype.
No, it didn't say
or
best.
greatest phenotype, or greatest phenotype,
oldest, and many phenotypes. We don't have one.
Yeah.
We have multiple.
Yeah.
More than anyone else.
Yeah, I just wanted to stay on that. Yeah,
so
that basically.
In the main, you will all look the same. You admixtures, you look the same or look like the person you mixed with. Unlike us.
But like they might have like the same skin color, but like the skin texture of Indians is actually different from other melanated people.
That's
right. Yeah, but Another thing is that one phenotype
Because
you're
you're mixed,
referring
it
to
doesn't make you light
over
skinned.
the
One second.
those
It doesn't make you necessarily light skinned.
that one that one phenotype
One at a time. One at a time.
that one phenotype you're talking about over the others. I want to point out that that phenotype wasn't going to mix with itself. It had to mix with others. Now another thing is this. I wanted to say that what about the creator of those phenotypes? What about the essence, the power of the essence of the life, the essence of that power behind it? Yeah. What about that? That's within each and every one of us. I don't care about the phenotypes. The form it takes, the manifestation of that vibration of that power. I couldn't care less of that manifestation. I go back to the source, the essence, the permanent, because
Listen, you've only read two pages or a couple pages of the Grand Sahib
wisdom
book. You've only read a couple pages, so I don't know what you're spouting at the moment. We haven't got time for this shit. You know what I mean? You need to go and study.
Fair enough, Chief. Fair enough.
What caste are you, Edge? What's your caste system?
You need to go and study it, man.
What? No, caste. We had a Varna system. Varna.
No,
caste
I mean,
is
like, what are your, like, what's your class in the caste system? Are you, like, what's the name of your caste?
So we used to be surgeons. We used to be surgeons, and then what happened was
No, the name
British
of it.
came.
Start from the name. Just
No,
what's your caste?
One second. Let me tell you. So before the before we had institutions where you could just pay, where you could just be like,
Can you answer straightforward, Edge?
No, I'm not. I'm going to answer it in the way I want, please. But it will be helpful to both of us. It will be helpful to everyone, and they will understand it better.
Okay. But like, can you start from the simple definition of the name of your caste, and then you can elaborate on that?
Without giving context, I'm not going to just say shit. Yeah, so I want to give context now. Basically, yeah. Before there were institutions where you could just learn how to be a doctor or learn how to be a engineer, yeah. Before there were institutions, the families through generations would pass that knowledge on, and so people did those jobs. Now we have institutions where you can learn that. Yeah, most of the people in India today, they are doing surgery. They're learning how to do surgery because they're changing their caste, if you like. But what happened is that obviously not as much as we'd like it to. Yes, if Bill Gates gives £1 billion for libraries and schools and hospitals, then those people who are cleaning shoes,
long-winded, my bro. Can you be concise?
They will also start to. They will also study engineering and doctors. Now coming back, yeah, I want to say that we no very quickly.
Don't piss me off. Don't piss me off.
Nah, brother.
I haven't got the energy. I haven't got the energy for nonsense. A man asks you a simple question, you just tell them what caste you in. You're a Jat, you're this one, you're a Brahmin, you're a Dalai, you're whatever. But just tell us, man. Like, what's all this explanation about? Like, come on, brother.
I think he's ashamed of his caste, to be honest. Are you a little ashamed of it?
We could have got it quick out of the way, and then we could have continued with the video. It's only a couple minutes long. Like, just allow it, man. I've got places to go, people to see, man.
From the Hebrew saga, who was the assistant advisor to the high priest, to a Sagart, a Roman officer, and a Saga, a witch. And we see that Joseph was given the name Skil or Skalit, which means wise, and he was also given the name Salus and Salutis, which means savior. But you should be aware that Bartholomew I also had the title of savior over Egypt and Libya. He was called Saltir or Saltiras in Greek, which means savior. He was given the name because he helped to conquer the Libyans' uprising during the Greeks' rule of Africa. Muhammad was called a Saka or Successwara, as well as a Vikramaditya. These are all merely descriptive epithets, and from the fact named above, we find the reason why the Mohammedans spared the statues of Buddha in India. It strongly confirms the doctrine of the secret religion of the Mohammedans. Muhammad was thought to be a renewed incarnation of divine wisdom and of course of Buddha in his 10th avatar. So here they mention the Mohammedans' secret religion and that Muhammad was called a Saka or a Saksesawara. They also mentioned that Muhammad
They
was
call him the
thought to
prophet
be a
sucker.
renewed incarnation of wisdom and of Buddha in his 10th avatar. But it is key
That's
to note
disrespect.
that Genghis Khan and others were also considered to be the 10th avatar of Buddha. In the time of the pharaohs, the Egyptians had a class of persons called sages or wise men. Considering that Saka means Buddha, the god of wisdom, I cannot much doubt that the Irish Sagan, a priest, the Scandinavian Saga, the Hebrew SGN, the Sagun, noble or great man, are all the same. The heathen Irish had their Sagun like the Tyrians and Chaldeans. Borosus gives the epithet of Sagan, a Jijison to Noah. The Kohenia is the Hebrew word for a priest, a Kohen, and it is not unlikely that the Khans, who are said by the Indians and Persians to have erected the Druidical circles, had their names from this word. I think it probable also that the Kohen had a near relation to the Khan. So the Kohenia is the Hebrew word for a priest, and he shows the possible connection between the Kohen and the Khan. But notice where he says that the Druidical circles were built by these Khans, according to the Indians and the Persians, who were.
Yes. And if you have a Kohen gene, that makes it's a priestly gene, which makes you Jewish supposedly, right?
What
Or
is that gene though? What's the name of
right.
the gene?
The
Like,
Kohen.
like there is no like a gene named like Cohen though. Like, what's is it
Yeah,
like?
the Kohen gene, man. Yeah, that's what makes you. It's supposedly a priestly gene. You know what I
But
mean?
that's not a
And it's
scientific name though.
descendants of the Kohen.
No, yeah, the Cohen is not the
Yeah,
scientific
the
like a
Kohen.
genetic vocabulary.
Yeah, I know. It's just what
So
they
what is
say.
that gene that makes you a Cohen? Is it like that marker? What do they call it? I don't know.
Yeah, they call it the Kohen. That's what it is. It's a marker that represents somehow that these people who say they're Jewish have between 3 and 5% of. But when you go to Africa, you're finding tribes like the Lemba and Bobo with over 60 or 70% of
That's
this supposed
debunked
gene.
though, Marco.
No,
That's
man,
debunked already.
that's supposed. That's of the supposed gene. I don't think you
No,
can depose the Lemba or the Bobo, those tribes, and who are still practicing their Israelite traditions.
yeah, that's
Yeah,
debunked.
or you
Debunked
could say
already by South
say
African geneticists.
Jewish.
Debunked already.
How is that? What?
That
South
claim
African
the limba,
geneticist.
like, yeah,
No, then you can't even. They can't even work out African genetics to that extent. Like when did they start doing that?
I think it's in 2015. There were a bunch of
2015, when they can only read what 1.5% of the human genome. What are you talking about, bro?
But the fact of the matter, Marco, is that
Yeah,
there is no
1.5
Jewish.
is not the
There is no
whole of
Jewish
you.
DNA. There is no Jewish gene or Jewish DNA. There is no such a thing. It's a myth.
Well,
It's a myth created
them,
online.
by who? By them?
Well, some
Yeah,
they
by
contributed to
them,
it.
because no,
Yeah.
they're the ones who are doing the experiments.
Yeah.
They're the ones
But
who are
like
taking
still,
the test and doing the
yeah.
test and putting out the results. So what do you mean? Like, I don't understand what you're trying to say. Debunked. When this is what they've done over many years. This is not the other day that they just started doing this. This is long time.
You know, this thing is only what 20 years old. Like this, the genetic this technology is pretty new,
Right,
and every time it's evolving. So
right. And
even
who
then,
do you think?
like,
Who do you think? If not these J people who have full control and resources to discover these things? Because remember, this helps their claim.
no.
All their thing is
Can
only
I,
a claim. One second. Their thing is only a claim, right? And their claim allows them to say that people can be anti-Semitic, this one and that one, blah, 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 all the way back to Israel or Israelites in Babylon under Nebuchadnezzar. So, like, that's part of their claim, right? But
okay, here's
we
what I'm saying,
know
man.
for a fact, hold on, we know for a fact that they took this on. What they call in Judaism, they took it on. So once you take something on, doesn't mean you had the original of it, and now you're writing yourselves in it. Information that existed before your tribe, before your little Khazar or whatever tribe came up in prominence in the 1300s or something like that.
So here's the thing, right? Like the consensus, the scholastic consensus right now is most of these people have E1, B1B, or J. And it's not just them. A lot of people have E1, B1B, and a lot of people have J markers. Like most of these people who have that marker are not even Jewish. So how can you like localize that finding to say like this is a unique marker that's uniquely to us? It's just impossible.
I think it's definitely. You know what they say also? Why are Ethiopians allowed to settle in Israel? Why did that happen? Huh? Do you know why that happened?
Well, that's not the what we're talking about. Like if there is a
answer
unique
the question. Do you know why that happened?
Why?
Right? Because real Israelites, right? Their home is Jerusalem and all of that, right? Right? According to the text, right? And people are making their claim. These people who came from Poland less than 100 years ago to that region, are claiming to be those people. But those people, those same people, made a decree years ago saying, oh, Ethiopians, we know they are the tribe of Dan. Yeah? So from that, they were allowed to think, because remember, they only just opened the border again because they were having problems. Once they made the decree, then Ethiopians were allowed to go over to Israel and settle and blah, 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 swear in or whatever. Yeah, it's not even a state yet, but whatever. Yeah. And there was problems, the way they were treated and all of that. So
I'll correct
for
you
a
on
little
that
while,
one, on that historical fact.
1 second. From only recently, I saw the airports open again, and Ethiopians were allowed to fly back to Jerusalem. Now, if they don't believe that these Africans, are Israelites, then what are we doing here? Do you get what I'm saying?
What I'm telling you, Michael, like what I'm saying. Okay, let me just add.
When we go back to the biblical text, though, is remember that's what they claim is based on. But when we go back to the biblical text, we see that it's definitely not those people. There's no way it could be. Yeah,
that's anti-Semitic, Michael.
Well,
what you're saying is
anti-Semitic. I can't.
It could be because I'll tell you how.
How can I be anti-Semitic? Go on, explain.
If you're saying like the Ashkenazi, Mizraim, and all of those people are not, hold on. If you're saying hold on. If you're saying those people are not Jewish, that gives the impression that
they are.
Okay, so you agree that Europeans are Jewish then?
But they're not Israelites.
So that's anti-Semitic. That's what I'm saying.
Israelites. No, the claim is based on Israelites. They don't claim to be Israelites, do they?
Yeah, of course they do. They're Jewish people.
Yeah, but
Israel is their homeland.
Listen to any other Israelite. Do they call themselves that?
I don't know of any other big, like they're the majority of Israeli population. Like about I don't know, probably 90% are Ashkenaz, right? So
right.
If you're talking about the majority of the people who live there,
where do Ashkenaz come from?
Mostly Europe, yeah.
Central Europe, right?
So if you are saying those people are not Jewish, that's anti-Semitic, in my opinion.
Yeah, that's your opinion, but
most people would agree with me.
You are living proof that that's not true. If you really say where you're from, if you're from where you say you come
I mean, in Kenya, we don't have all that bullshit.
So
but
I'm just saying, all of those people in the Horn, everybody knows religion and all sorts came from the Horn. So it only makes sense, right? That some of the tribes around there still living today haven't moved to other parts of the continent, like the Lemba, the Bobo, or the Yoruba, the Igbo, or all of these ones who are considered Israelite tribes.
But what I'm to the initial argument, if there is no Jewish DNA, there is no Jewish DNA.
No, there isn't. Yeah, that's what we're saying. But even Israelite DNA is just going to lead you back to African. Right.
There is no first.
That's the point. And now whatever they say it is, bro, whatever they say it is or isn't, right? They are saying, we've done the experiments, yeah, on ourselves to see how much percentage of this gene we have, right? And then we've also tested other Africans, and it just seems these guys who seem to be randomly practicing the same practice, yeah. Some people are thinking that maybe some Ashkenazis came into Africa, taught these tribes how to do this thing, and then left them. Yeah, it seems a bit weird when the whole story is about tribes connected to one family, and the originators of those family are still black. Abraham is black. There's no there's no prophet. I mean, there's no
Abraham is
scholar.
an eponymous ancestor, Michael. Abraham is eponymous ancestor. He doesn't exist.
There is no religious scholar who's going to argue these facts. So I don't know how people's family members just suddenly turn white and all of this type of stuff. It doesn't make sense.
There's nobody called Abraham. He's an eponymous ancestor. That's a mythical figure. There's nobody called Abraham. Those are like the 12 tribes and all that crap. That's like eponymous ancestors. Those people did not. It's a fictional myth, like, because you form a nationhood based on a myth. Each nation has, the Romans have their own myth.
Even your people believe it. It's a myth, but your people believe it. Definitely entrenched in it.
Not me. I'm talking about. I represent myself, so I don't know what you're talking about. My people.
Shut up, man.
But me personally, I don't believe that crap.
Are you Ethiopian or not?
I'm Kenyan.
Oh man.
There's even a book, Snipes, the 13th Tribe. There's a book called 13th Tribe by Arthur Costello. I have that book, and it mentions that the Jewish, the Ashkenazis, are not Israelites, they're Turks. That's coming from Jewish. So we get that book, Caleb, man. You'll see for yourself.
Caleb, my brother. Like, here's what I'm saying. There is no such a thing as Israelite DNA, and there's all these 12 tribes, 13 tribes that are like eponymous ancestors.
No,
it's based on a myth. It's based on a fiction to form a nation. That's it.
I don't even know. I don't know.
Yeah, but they're saying that they're Israelites though, and they're not. The Ethiopians, as what Brother Snipe says, the Lemma, etc. They have that connection to there, but it's going to lead you back to Africa.
Yeah.
But do you understand what eponymous or like myth is, Kel? Do you know what a myth is? Myth making, like when you form a nation. When you form a nation, right? Like the Romans did it, the Greeks did it. They have eponymous ancestors. It's based on like fictional ancestors to unite the people. It's based on those myths that they built their nation. It doesn't mean it's necessarily historically correct. That's what you guys missing.
So what are we saying? Are we saying Africans who predated them, who pre-existed them, who had civilizations thousands of years before the emergence of the first European from a cave or wherever he crawled from? Do you get what I'm saying? Because it couldn't have had much light because the melanin's low. So we know this is a deficiency that comes about certain ways and certain reasons. Yeah, you're going to put that mindset on Africans who created all this splendor, all this prehistory, all this, all of this stuff.
The funny thing, Michael, like you have a point.
No. You're going to compare Greeks and Romans, baby civilizations, to us.
The British Empire came about. The British monarch came 600 years after the Ghana Empire, which is 300 AD. But guess what they did? They came in late, right? They still dominated Africa and enslaved Africans. So that means
the point. The point is that the winners get to write and rewrite history. This is what we're watching right here, right now. Yeah, because they don't want to tell you that yes, there were Anglo-Saxons. I played the video just earlier, right? But what about the original Saxons? Because with everything we've watched, we've seemed to find there is another option. There was another set of people who were settled in the land at the same time, whether it's Ireland, Scotland, England, or any other part of Europe. Yeah, and kept in their what's the thing they're called? In their coat of arms. With another indication of who was ruling in certain areas. So we're not going to go against that, but we're just going to go with it to say that at particular times, I could imagine people lived there autonomously as different societies and everything was fine. But obviously, if marauding raiders come in, and feel that these people are living too much of a kind of some romantic kind of utopia, Yeah, they're gonna mash it up. Now, as I said, the invaders are the Saxons, the Normans, the Vikings, the Visigoths. So all of these Vandals, all of these Europeans came and then said they were British after a while, or English or whatever. But it's clear.
Yeah, that happens. Yeah.
No, it's clear that they're telling you we are from somewhere else. And to settle here, it took adjustment because we had to go to war with other sets of people who were already here. Now, they always tell you about some of them, but they don't really tell you about the others.
Okay, so like just to give it a framework for the sake of this argument, right? Like,
because
what are the Jewish?
Hold on.
Just let me finish.
1 second. When Romans were black, you never talk about that. So it could be a set of black Romans, yeah, come over to England, yeah, to meet some black Scotch, because Scotch means black as well. Yeah.
Okay, here's like for Kel and Mako. Kel and Mako, just hear me out.
1 second. There's different groups of Africans people all over the world. This is our planet, yeah. We're not restricted to Africa, yeah. We're indigenous to the planet. So that's why in legalese and legal terms, when they start talking, are you black, or you white, or all of these type of things, and then they start saying, oh, any of the original peoples of Europe, that's me, and I can tick that box. Yeah. Or the Americans,
yeah.
or the Asia, or whatever, the original people. So
you are imperialist. You are imperialist.
No, this is the problem that we have.
True, what you're saying, man.
You know, even in our identity. So when they ask you, are you black? Because black says any of the racial groups of Africa. That's nothing.
First,
it doesn't
like,
give a good
say for example,
1 second.
Kel identifies
my brother
as
an
Arab.
Good example of the original people of the planet. Yeah. And
I hear you, Maku.
Hold on.
No.
And their ascendants who would be descendants who would be classed as aboriginal, which means sub-original. That means you're not the original, you're the next wave or the next thing. Now, we've come thousands of years down the line, and we are like, I don't know the number, but we definitely the new version of the original Africans, right? Because of the mixing, just within the continent. Well, some of us have had external mixes with their own descendants who are admixtures off in India. Yeah. And now they've come back. And now we've got Africans in every part of Africa who have straight hair, aquiline features, and I wonder why that is the case. Do you get what I'm saying? Because I can go to any country in Africa and bring that look. Do you get what I'm saying? And say, yeah, there's a set of them, yeah, over there, and they've got straight hair, got black features, or supposedly, you know, got aquiline features or whatever, and it's like, whoa, they're black, but there's some difference there. There's an admixture that's allowing their hair to be straight and curly and
like me.
Either nappy, like a Khoisan, or wavy and curly, like a Watutsi, right? And then I'm something in between. I can clearly see that. You know what I'm saying? My hair texture is quite clear that it's not picky like a South African. I know many South Africans, and I've trimmed them and and that is the real peppercorns, just like a Khoisan. That real peppercorn hair. I don't have that. There's some degree.
What you guys did to the Khoisan is like really awful, to be honest. What the Bantu expansion did to the indigenous people of South Africa.
I mean, you were told that's not an African story, is it? So I would more go with the people, especially Africans, who write and invented writing, alphabet, mathematics, yeah, architecture, all of these things prior to anyone. So you can't use English as pretty, like it's the best language to use. We're using it because
English is difficult, very difficult.
Colonized, it's no, because we've been colonized or whatever the reasoning, and it's supposedly one of the easier language, not like Hungarian.
Swahili is very easy. Do you speak Swahili, Michael? It's very easy language to learn, actually.
No need for your side.
Why?
But again, Africans made it up. Just use other languages, lingua franca. That's why we call it a lingua franca. It's not a deep-rooted African language. So no one don't care nothing about no Swahili, because Indian man speaks Swahili. So I don't care about that. You know what I mean?
You're
Because Indian man live
racist.
in Kenya. No, Indian man live in Kenya. So I know this Indian man, and he's like, yeah, I speak Swahili. Yeah, good on you. Some Africans come in the store, he's speaking Swahili to them. What does it mean? Yeah, at some point in the labor trade, they took your
Good
people over
business.
there. They took your people over there as slaves, right? To build railways and to officiate certain things. Because remember that once they abolished slavery, the next best thing was the Indian, right? Because he's heavily melanated, he can withstand certain climate. He's just not as physically strong as the brothers. Yeah.
I mean,
And
like,
after
there's no.
testing them,
It's
hold on,
obvious,
after
Maku.
testing them and taking them and using them for certain things, building railroads, the great railroad of this one and that one, and all continents, right? They took them because
It's
they're
obvious, like
easily.
we are the best of slaves, and Indians are the best of servants. I mean, that's an established fact by now.
Yeah, that's you lot. I don't know. You lot. I mean, has Kenya definitely been defeated? We know. It's more or less a British province. Yeah, with all your different tribes that you've got there. Yeah, you lot don't even own your own safari. Yeah, you don't even own
But
your own
Kale identifies
Savannah.
as Afro-Arab. Like Kale identifies as Afro-Arab. Like, do you see any
No,
problem with that?
no, I don't. No, 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 no,
I'm
no,
just
no,
saying.
no.
I'm just saying.
No, I don't. No, I don't.
Arabs are black though.
No,
I don't know. If
You
he
don't?
Never heard Kale.
identified,
No,
if
no,
he
no, no.
yeah, thank you. If he identified as a pale Arab, yeah, then cool. But he's not. Even if he says Arab, what does it mean? Go and look it up, Caleb, because it just means
No, I mean, like, he
Bedouin.
was
Anyone
arguing.
who lives and resides in a desert, cuz. That's all it is. And more
But
time, most often than not, you better have some melanin. Am I lying?
no, you ain't lying, Mike.
Right, thank you.
And
Otherwise, you got
Africa's older than Afro Arab as well. We've debated this already. You know what I mean? Ivan Serpamar, you know what I mean?
Yep.
If Ruka means birth of man, I don't identify with anything other but Africa and that. It's older than Asia, Afro-Asiatic, Native American and all that. So stop lying, brother. With respect.
No, I'm not lying. Like, maybe you can clarify it. Maybe it's not
Caleb,
clear. But you
man.
said your mom is like
One
a
minute
black
you're Kenyan.
Jordanian.
Yeah,
No, but
one
brother,
minute
you
you're
just said
Kenyan.
that I identify with that. You've made something up, brother. I've never identified with that. I haven't been raised to identify with that. So you've made something up, right? Right. Continue the debate, man.
We're not debating, actually. We're just discussing.
Yeah, you get
I
fucked
don't
up,
like
man.
debates.
That's all. Yeah.
Like,
You
it's
ain't
not
even
about
got
proving
no
each other
understanding.
wrong or right.
No,
It's about learning from
feel,
each other.
I feel when you're just learning English and just learning to comprehend the language and all of that, it makes it very difficult for someone like me, who obviously grew up with it and well versed
I ain't
in
gonna
it,
lie, you're
to have this
advanced, Mike.
conversation. But you, yeah, in what you're saying, I can hear it and do, but you're caping. You're coming from
Caping
a
for who?
bias. I don't
Caping
know,
for
for
who?
some Europeans or some whoever. I don't know, because you ain't mentioned no African civilization, yeah, to prove your facts in a sense. Yeah, you keep joining for Rome, Greece, and all of these type of things, England and all of that. These are babies in the terms of history. Even Turkish and thing is older than any of some of these concepts. They got
Turks are
5,000 years.
mixed people. They're
They
Mongoloid, Europeans. It's a whole mixed up
But they
people.
got a 5,000 year history at least, or 3,000 or something. You know what I mean? They've been around a long time. So that's why they can argue with some countries have also been around a long time. But you see, when you get into an argument and you're England, you see when you get into an argument and you're America, you see when you get into, these are babies in the terms of histories and civilization. One's is 600 years old. Do you get what I'm saying? So we can't talk about these modern societies and like, yeah, there was heavyweight from way back in the day. That's not true. Yeah, talk about when the other countries, the ones which were black occupied and controlled, when they were great, they still talk about it. Still talk about ancient Greece when they knew it was a mixed multitude in there, but it was controlled by black folk.
That's right.
Remember, we don't have a color issue, so we didn't care about none of that. What you're talking about. If you bring the moolah, or you bring the thing, or we trading, or we exchanging knowledge and information, cool. Your color has no relevance. If someone wants to breed with someone who they believe is a Sassanid or a Saracen, and all of this. These terms just meant us in different forms and different guises. Like you have
So
to
you
see
just
the
you
wood
want
from the
to
tree.
discredit the European contribution to humanity, civilization. That's what you want.
Well, not really. I feel it's the other way around. We're being discredited, being the mothers and fathers of civilization, having the first civilizations, golden ages. They haven't had a golden age in this modern time. Peace and serenity amongst all nations. When? Never happened. We had
The
world
sun
wars
never sets.
1,
The sun.
2, and probably 3 coming. That's all we've had, bro. So don't
The sun.
pretend
The sun never sets on the British Empire. Are you familiar with that saying? Sun never
yeah,
sets
but
on the
it's
British
new.
Empire.
It's new. What sun?
That's just a saying. The sun never sets on the British Empire. That
What
means they
sun?
controlled
While you was
a
calling it sun,
vast.
hold on. While you was calling it sun, and those people were worshiping it, yeah, we were calling it Amun Ra as a concept. Yeah,
It's
we
just
already knew
it's just a
Ra.
saying.
Hold
It's
on.
just a
We
saying.
already knew Ra, the sun, but the sun is a science in itself. The study of the sun and what it does and its capabilities, and the fact that if it turns off tomorrow, we're all dead. So the sun has great importance, but on your level of knowledge and information, some people just worshipped it. And that still comes after the fact, when our people had already done the science on it.
That's right.
Yeah, it's different. The levels is different, and Caleb. Yeah, you just seem to be outside the fold because you got a little European admixture, and you think that's going to help you, or Arab or whatever. Yeah, I don't know
No,
what
I
it
don't.
is.
I don't.
You know what I mean?
I don't
You know what I mean?
actually. But
Oh, what
go
tribe
on.
of Kenyan are you then? Are
Okay, you in it?
Kikuyu? Yeah.
Yeah.
So you got a big forehead, a round face.
That's true. It's also true.
Is that what you're saying? Receding hairline already. Yeah. You're that tribe, yeah?
Yeah.
You just don't sound it though.
Why?
You don't sound Kikuyu.
What do I sound?
Because the Kikuyus don't look any type European. They can't.
Did I say I look European?
They can't even class as Semitic Caucasians. No.
I can claim
Kikuyu.
all of Africa. I can be
Yeah.
Igbo. I can be
I'm sure.
Yoruba.
I'm sure Kale's pulling it up now. Let me see what these Kikuyu look like. Yeah. Bruv, are you all right? Are you sure you want to go down that angle? Because I know you're lying. Yeah, I know you're lying. You just want to float somewhere on the horn so we can't pinpoint your location, because you know anywhere that gets pinpointed, yeah.
I'm a Kikuyu with a Swahili admixture.
One second. Yeah, Swahili is a language. It's not a people set like that. What
it is a people.
It's not people.
You don't know there's Swahili people.
No, people speak Swahili.
No. There is an ethnic group called Swahili.
Oh, is it? And
Yep.
what does that comprise of?
The ethnic group?
Yeah, Arabs and the Bantu and Arab mixed.
I've never heard that before.
So if they're Arab, then they're already something else.
No, mixed. Like
okay, Arab and what?
And Bantu.
No, it doesn't even make no sense. What's the tribal name of these Bantus?
By now, they're known as to us as Swahili, and if you look at them, they're
Swahili
distinct from.
Bantu.
If their language is mixed, the people are mixed. So these are like ethnic groups can form. You know, like
where did they live?
They live in Kenya and East Africans. You know, like closer to Indian Ocean, the coastal areas.
You're chatting shit, bro. You're chatting shit. You think you was
check it out? Just Google it.
It doesn't even make
Google
sense.
it. Google it.
I'm gonna Google Swahili tribe.
Yeah, that's
Swahili.
Yeah,
no, Google
Caleb,
Swahili
man.
people. No. Google Swahili people.
No, we're dealing with tribes. I asked you your tribe. You said Kikuyu, one part. The other side, you're saying is a nation now.
Just Google Swahili nation.
Bros.
Or people. People, nation.
Which one?
Yeah. Swahili people.
But that's not even African. If you're African, you would say the tribe.
Swahili is a new tribe.
Bro, it doesn't exist. You're just chatting shit, bro.
Just Google it then. Like, if you don't believe me, Google it.
I ain't got time to waste my time on shit I already know. Like, what are you doing? I know
obviously,
that it doesn't exist.
You don't know much. Obviously, you don't know as much as you think.
I know it doesn't exist, bro.
Kelly, you don't know this. Like, Kelly traveled throughout Africa.
I've never heard it as a Swahili tribe, and I've met a lot of Kenyans, and then no one said they were Swahili.
Kelly, are you saying there's no Swahili people?
People only spoke Swahili. That's all I know. I don't know about all this tribal Swahili thing. Yeah, I eat that, man. Yeah.
But big up to them Swahili people.
I got my brother Captain Allen. All of these people who, they're Kenyans, man. Like, we donate, we help man go uni. We did a little fund for his uni fund and that. We hit him up on the PayPal. He's still around. He's got his channel, does his thing. He grows his own herbs and da. That's a proper Kenyan.
He went to college and now he's growing his own herb.
No, he was doing that before. To leave and go and live in the big city was a madness for me. I was just like, bruh, I feel it for you because like your home, like you got everything growing in your garden and that. It was lovely, man. You know what I mean? We need to go back to the basic and the original way of life.
I agree. I think going back to the basic, simplified things.
All this education, but you can't light a fire. Makes no sense, right? You can't sustain yourself. You can't cook food, or you can't do this. You can't hunt your own food. You can't do any of these things. Which ones are the right skills to have? Because it seems like if we go academically is only good for academics. It's only good for working for someone. Yeah, to making them feel sweet that you learned what you were supposed to learn, or you did your one degree at university. Yeah, and that gives you the ability to take instructions. The real university starts when you leave. And you have to apply whatever you've learned. Or that way, whoever you're working for, you're still in the working environment, you're still in the working level. What kind of academia is this if you can't just go from, studying to assistant scholar and then onto scholarly and, you know what I mean? Like all of these type of things there. This is not what it's about, going to university. So that's what I'm saying.
Yeah. It's like unis,
Yeah. Well, it's just like, no, it's like you're learning a trade. A trade would be more valuable to you. 1 second. We were always taught it was more valuable to you than any qualifications you got. You can go anywhere. Internationally, you just get a visa. Are you a tradesman? Yeah, visa, man. Bam.
I don't think you'll survive in Africa, Marco. I don't think you'll survive in Nigeria for a month.
I've been in Africa a long time, man.
You speak Igbo or Yoruba? Do you speak Yoruba? Do you speak the language?
Off, man. Shut up, man. You can't even tell us where you're from, and you want to ask Badman. You want to ask Badman questions, bro. Like, stop that, man. I've been to my country and think, what about you?
I'm learning Yoruba right now.
You can't even say the other half of your tribe, which is not your tribe, because how are you speaking Tigrinya and you from Kenya?
Because I have a Tigrian girlfriend, innit?
No, I don't make sense.
Okay, look, man. Where's the generational wealth, man?
Generational wealth.
Yeah, why ain't you marrying her? What are you providing?
Like one of them light-skinned Eritreans, yeah, who you know what I mean, got soft hair, yeah, living out in America.
I don't know.
And can't get no.
Keeping my options open, Mr. K.
He's gay, man.
Maybe I will improve to a European woman or something.
He's gay, man. That's why
African women are not really like.
Yeah, I don't like that, Caleb. You've been watching,
like.
Don't even
for example, like Nigerian men are scared of Nigerian women. For example, you know that Nigerian men run from Nigerian women.
We don't run. There are women.
Why are you scared of your women, Marco? Like
How are we gonna be scared of our own women? It doesn't make sense.
I don't know. You tell me.
No, I'm just
Hector is married to a white woman.
You made the statement, but that's choice, personal choice. And there's millions.
Why do you choose other women? Why don't you choose Nigerian women?
It's so mad, yeah, that the amount of Nigerians outside and doing whatever they're doing it's like a blip in the ocean compared to what's gonna go on inside of Nigeria. There's so much.
Why do you think?
There's so much men. There's so much people gonna get together, get married, normal and whatever, to different tribes within the region, because it's not always favorable to marry your own.
Jedi
tribe.
has a white wife. You had a Jamaican. Hector is married to Jupiter. Hector is married to Jupiter. All Nigerians I know, they like other women. They don't like their own women.
I find.
No, but you can't think that a Nigeria. That's an African.
A Nigerian and a
Jamaican.
Listen, a Nigerian and Jamaican. There's not really much difference.
Oh, there's a difference there.
How?
Jamaicans have more European admixture. They're light skin.
No.
That's
A
why
lot
you
of
like them.
the Nigerian ancestry.
Some
For
don't.
example,
Some don't. Some are blue black.
Yeah.
Some are blue
Yeah.
black. Some are dark. Some are
Yeah.
maroon. Look up the
Yeah.
Maroons out there in Jamaica. They're, bro, stop all that nonsense. Yeah.
Yeah.
The only people mixing is your people, bro. Come on, man.
It's just from the
Even
people
your
I know on
language,
this panel.
even if you're saying Swahili is your language, that is an L.
Yeah.
Why?
You can't be tribally your language.
Why?
It's just like in Nigeria, right? The two major languages are what?
English first. Yeah.
And what's next?
English is the official language. Everything else is just primitive. It doesn't matter.
No. If you can't speak English and you can't speak Yoruba, yeah, either or, you're finished. You can't work. You can't do anything.
That's why I like the British, you know.
Hold on, you can get on.
That's why
what
I
they've
like the
done to
British.
Yoruba. 1 second. That's what they've done to Yoruba. Is only the fact, yeah. If the majority in Nigeria speak Yoruba, yeah, it's just showing you the numbers of Yorubas. They're the largest ethnic group in the country. Yeah, a lot of the tribes and things are sub-tribes of the Yoruba. So it would only make sense, even foreigners come to the thing, if they don't know English already and they speak French and whatever, you got to learn Yoruba. And then you'll be able to communicate every day. English.
No, you got to learn English.
No, listen,
English.
no, you ain't got to. English, you got to learn if you want to work in, in the city or, at the embassy, or you want to work on television, or you want to be a school teacher or something. Yeah, you've got to have a good grasp of English. That makes sense, right? But
so if you people love English so much, why do you hate the British people? Why do you hate the monarchy? Like, if your people are like very, very fond of this English culture,
they don't.
And if English is their first language, why do you now, as an individual, against the Europeans? You should identify more.
I don't identify more. I grew here. I grew in the belly of the beast. You know what I mean? So I know my oppressor firsthand.
Who's your oppressor?
Yeah, I know my oppressor or my colonizer.
Who is your oppressor?
Because I live in his country. So and was raised in his country. So he taught me history. He taught me all the things I know from basic. The rest I had to learn as I was going, right? But the basics of these Saxons, Normans, all of that, it came from them. They taught me about Rome. They taught me about Greece. They taught me about all of this type of stuff, right? This is why it's not an issue for me. It's an issue for you, and you start claiming and and don't even know nothing about it.
You're just racist. It's coming out now.
It's not racist. I can't be racist. I was taught that in primary school. I can't be racist. I can only be prejudiced. Yeah. Primary school education.
Oh my God. Why?
Because I can only be pissed off. I can't affect any change. So once I can't affect no change, yeah, I don't have the power. So I can be just prejudiced about my situation. I can realize that people are being prejudiced towards me, or I can be.
Do you know how many Europeans you're hurting right now by spewing this kind of racist rhetoric?
No,
don't you think they'll be affected?
I'm saying I was taught by Europeans. There's no effect. Yeah, if a European
you can affect their life by saying things that you're saying. You can affect a lot of people's life.
You're mocking British education, which is far superior to anything you learn. You got what I'm saying?
It is. I never disputed that.
Right. So if they made the distinctions and you just want to use them, but they've already broken it down for us in primary school. Yeah, that listen, you ethnic minorities can't be racist. This is a fact. And on top of it, you've got the living experience of going to Africa and being amongst your people and realize it doesn't even exist there. If anything,
it exists there. Why do you think 70% of Nigerian women bleach their skin? Why do you think the Nigerian women bleach their skin?
My brother, that is not racism to bleach your skin.
Why do you think the women bleach their skin in Nigeria? 70% is a lot.
Huh? That's the caste system. Someone has come in.
Why do they do it, you think?
I'm saying someone has come in and made that concept stick. Yeah? The darker you are, the more closer to evil and negativity, the lighter you are, that is more to royalty and greatness and all of that. This is been implanted in Africa in all parts and the Caribbean. So like we can clearly see that, yeah, that old caste system from India was taken by the British and used in a different type of way. When they were colonizing people, they implemented these type of systems. So yeah, if now that African women, Asian women, and obviously women from the Horn are definitely bleaching their skin, it's just a consequence of, you know, what they're putting out there. And I'm saying you've been affected by it. I haven't, yeah, but I can understand how you've been affected. You get it? How it swayed your opinion, or no, it's how it swayed your opinion on things when it comes to your own people. Because this is self-hate, defo, yeah. And there's no issue with that.
Respecting other people is not self-hate.
One day, as in all days, you're gonna have to look in the mirror.
Like, yeah, respecting other people,
you can't get away from your own shadow.
Listen.
You don't even know about respect, bro. Like, stop it. Man. You're one of the most disrespectful people online. Yeah, talking about respect. What do you know?
Yeah, I'm just not as racist as you are, Michael.
Yeah, this is words. You know what I mean? Because you learned English yesterday, now you want to use racist mackerel. Yes, racist mackerel. You don't even know how you sound like an ethnic minority. You don't even know how you sound like an ethnic minority. You know what I'm saying? You haven't got the full grasp of English yet, but you feel that you could psychologically plant some seeds or try and attack me. It don't even make no sense.
No, I'm not attacking you. No, I'm not. You're not I swear, I'm not attacking you. No, I don't know. Like you're acting like a Karen right now. Like you feel like you're being attacked for no reason. You're a Karen.
As I said,
you're a Nigerian Karen. Yeah. You feel like everybody's out there to get you, but that's not the case, really.
No, man, it's not get me. I'm on my own channel, chilling, doing what I do. You know what I do, man.
This is like your safe space, then. I'm not questioning you. You just.
I'm more safer in real life.
You're rambling about like being this oppressed person, but I don't think anybody's oppressing you.
I never claimed oppression, as well. These are just.
You just said you're taught from primary school that like you're this and that. Like it's like.
What?
There is a lot of self-esteem issue going on here, Mr. Mack. It's just I hope maybe you go to Nigeria.
Learn English properly, and then you can have a decent conversation.
I think there is a self-esteem issue.
You don't comprehend. Man talk to you, you don't comprehend it. I say I've been to Nigeria several times. You don't comprehend it. You keep saying, "Oh, when you go."
How long did you say?
Shut the fuck up, man. And one, it's not.
Why are you combative?
Many times, and the most recent time was just before COVID. Yeah, when I had to go and bury my grandma. So like, just relax, man. You know what I mean? You don't know shit about nothing. Yeah. When last you been back to your own country? About you in the Americas?
I'm an international person, man.
Yeah, you're an international person. That's it.
I've been everywhere.
You are international Kenyan, or you are international Ethiopian, or you are international Eritrean, or you from Djibouti? Where you from? Yeah? Stop your nonsense. Where you from? Yeah, are you a Djiboutian? You sound like a Djiboutian,
there's a lot of violence going on here.
You're like squeezing on the booty, mad. You're basically a batty, man. Still doesn't even make sense. Yeah, man. Let me play the rest of this video. I only got a little while before I have to go.
Buddha, the ancient Saka or Tat. They also mentioned that the Egyptians had a class of people called the sages. The Scandinavians, the heathen Irish, the Tyrians, and the Chaldeans all had the same title of Saga, sages, Sagun, or other sacerdotal titles. From what my reader has seen in the 10th book, I think he can have little or no doubt that the debris are alluded to refers to the refined and beautiful system of wisdom there developed. There is scarcely a corner of the globe where the doctrines of wisdom may not, as a mythos, be found. My learned friend Eusebi de Salverte has clearly proved that by the sagas or sagas of the Scandinavians, the books of wisdom are meant, the word saga being the same as the French sagis and the Latin sagar. From the same author, page 395, it appears that the Razani or Razanu can be nothing but children of Ras or wisdom. Thus, it is.
Yeah, man, you gotta learn good English before he speaks to me, bro. I ain't got time for this. You know what I mean? I just came off the boat. Are you being served kind of this language battle after language barrier? Yeah. When he's trolling as well. So that's why I say to him, he needs to learn English better. Then his trolling might be better. Because right now it's weak. You know what I mean? How you going to get a sniper when you can't speak English properly? That's all I'm trying to say. I'm trying to help him, man. Get me? I'm a helpful motherfucker. I even help the trolls. You know what I mean? Come on, man. I always show love, man.
I think you have a Karen syndrome, Mr. Maku.
Karen's new. That's new, right?
I'm saying, like, you always feel like you're a victim.
No, I say Karen is a new concept, right?
But you are a victim of, indeed, the reality that you are a victim of your own cognitive inabilities. Like, you are a victim of illiteracy, maybe, but...
How old is the concept of the Karen?
It was in the past 5-6 years.
Shut up, then. Yeah, that's what I'm trying to say. Your baby.
You're mirroring that
mindset, though. A concept of a Karen. Yeah, no, that's your mama. Are you all right? Your mama is representing the concept of a Karen. I ain't got no. I'm a man. How can I be a Karen? Doesn't make sense.
Why are you a victim then? Why are you a perpetual victim?
No victim. That's just a rhetoric that you lot keep spitting that don't even make sense again. Oh, victim mentality, victim this, victim that, victim that. But if I ever met you, you'd be the victim. This is quite clear.
Violence again, yeah? That's your reason.
Yeah,
like your...
that's what we do. We born and steeped in violence so much, yeah? We know how to control ourselves because we know what could be at the end of it. Right? When people are not like that way inclined, they end up being trolls. Messing with real people that could finish your life with their bare hands and that. It's crazy, isn't it? It's mad. I mean, you be arguing with huge giants and shit. You know what I mean? Shit that I don't even do.
You already have a criminal conviction, so you're not gonna do shit to me. Cause like, if you do one more crime, the 3-strike rule, you go back to prison. So you know better.
I don't know what you're talking about, man.
You've been to prison, right?
Yeah.
So if you do it again, it's even peak for you because the more you offend.
It's not America.
Okay. So you're saying like if you're a repeated offender, hold on. Yeah. If you're a repeated offender, that means like it doesn't get worse for you. Yeah.
It doesn't get worse for you, no. How?
Nah.
Explain. You know the system of Britain? You know the British legal system? No, you don't. So you're just making a claim that is not substantiated. Like, why would I entertain even answering it? Doesn't make sense. You don't know the British system. Yeah, you're just talking smack. Yeah. You're mentioning an American style, situation that 3 strikes and you're out. Boom. You get life imprisonment and all of that type of stuff. Yeah. Cool, man. But what's that got to do with me beating the braces off you?
You're a convict.
That can be classed as common assault. It can be.
If I were you, I wouldn't even leave my house. If I were you, I wouldn't even leave my house.
It could be actual bodily harm, or GBH. Section 20, wounding with intent or without intent, and then Section 18, which is wounding with intent. So you better know the parameters I'm working with, because I'm not even liable for any of that, because if they don't see it, it's going to be quite hard to prove. Do you get it? You can claim injuries. Oh, this person beat me up. Who am I? What's my name? What's my details? How'd you get to me? Don't make sense.
If I were you, I wouldn't even leave my house, because if somebody just calls the cops on me, just, like if they made up some shit and call cops on me and go back to prison, it's not going to be a good look, legally speaking. So I wouldn't talk bad. Same thing that happens to Jedi in it. Like, because like if once you're an offender, next time you do crime, it's going to get worse for you. So,
it's evident.
I mean, that would be a threat for those people if you think that, but that's not really the case, man. And your crimes get expunged, once you reach a certain age. You don't have to worry about such things again. You know what I'm saying? You can reoffend from square.
Why don't you just be like a civil person, though? Instead of all that.
No, man, but in England, people fight, people shoot, people stab, people kill, people maim, people run people over, people do arson, people do so much stuff.
So a big man like you, you're promoting violence. Big man like Maku promoting violence.
I'm not promoting. I live in a state that a lot of violence happens. Like, I'm not the one committing it, but I'm saying it happens around me all the time. Like, maybe
You just
I
threatened
don't know.
me, like, so that means you're promoting violence.
I never threatened you. I stated a fact. Like, if I
That's
saw
even
you,
worse.
if I saw you, yeah, it wouldn't be a competition with your baby smooth voice. It's like, I can tell you're a pussy. You know what I mean? From Square. Yeah. All I need to do is squeeze your windpipe, and restrict your oxygen, and it's game over. You know what I'm saying? You become cast, put you in a headlock. You know what I mean? Put you in a sleeper. Like, bro, what?
Are you really gonna do that though? Like, if you
I don't even need to. I really don't. I don't need to. I have siblings. I have
we're
people who
both
love me
Africans, you know. Like,
and
what is
respect
all
me.
this violence, though? I mean, like, aren't we all like Africans? Are we all
Man,
black people?
I beat up my own Africans, man. It doesn't matter. I'm an African. What would you expect? Nothing less. You think my country's some pussy country? You can just wander in with your type of attitude, yeah, and you won't get touched, or you won't get troubled, or you think sneak dissing people, you would get away with it. They just do judge on you.
How synchronized is
Put a
this,
curse on
Mr.
you.
Kell? Mr. Kell, how synchronized is this? Like, threatening a
Very
fellow
synchronized.
African, threatening fellow
I
African with
never threatened you,
violence.
bro. I never threatened you, bro. As
I
I said,
forgive you. You know?
I stated
I'm
a
a
fact.
gracious person. I'm a gracious person.
I
I
stated
forgive
a
you.
fact, man. Yeah. In real life, I would hurt you very badly.
You're doing it again.
Yeah.
You're doing it again.
Yeah. No, it don't matter, man. Fuck you, man. Suck your mom, dad, everything, man. You know me, man. I'm a bad motherfucker, man. I don't care about none of this. Yeah. I would leave here, come and find you, and deal with your clerk if I wanted to. Yeah. In my country, you're one phone call away. You get me? From death and destruction. You get me? That's the reality. Yeah, but we don't need to do that. That's why you didn't see me doing that at Speaker's Corner. People wanted to be violent to man, and a lot of the time, man just wanted to chat, innit? It's like, bruvs, I came here to chat. I didn't come here to fight no one. Yeah. But if you want to fight me, let's go outside of the park, where freedom of speech is not that. It's a new set of rules that you and I know very well. Yeah. And rule number 1 is humility. You have to be humble, man. All these loud mouth business and all of this, it doesn't exist where I come from. Everyone's humble. No matter what you are, you're humble, man. You just go about your business. You did it. If you have a conversation with someone, then you might find out about them. But no one's screaming from the rafters, chatting shit. No one's trolling in real life, because you definitely get checked. That's it. You want to have intellectual discourse, yeah, but you say profound or disrespectful stuff that, as I said, is unforgivable in most cases. But just to make conversation, yeah, we talk to you, but we don't rate you. You haven't turned a new leaf from my perspective. You're still this nasty, disrespectful, narcissistic Caleb that I knew from Square. That's it. But again, just like Sham and a few others who have distressed their lives just online. You see, to have that capability is another skill. You know what I mean? I beat guys up like you regular, bro.
You're just an angry black man. That's all it is.
No, I mean intellectually. I'm saying I beat guys.
You're
like
a very, very, very angry black man.
Yeah?
And
I don't know
that's
how
not a good
these
look.
man. It's not angry, man. Definitely. And you get me. The fact that you don't have no children is another L. Yeah, you're not a responsible adult. You don't have no one to be responsible for. So you would be loose with your life. You see, all of us who've got something to lose and something to live for, we tend to be a bit more conservative and reserved and do. But definitely,
You are reserved, Mike. You are conservative and reserved.
Definitely, we say what we mean, though. That's all. We don't make up stuff, because making up stuff is just like,
I don't make up shit.
You know what I mean? What's the point? You know what I mean? Like, where I'm from, we don't do that. If a man says to you he's gonna come and deal with your clerk, you're gonna come and deal with your clerk, man. It's gonna be
allow the violence
to
talk, Marco. It's getting old now. Allow the violence, please.
No, but you just sound like a pussy, man. You know what I mean? Remember, you're living in a land where you can't make any mistakes. Because someone like you go jail, yeah, you're gonna be someone's partner. Yeah, well, in a belly top. Oh, my name's Caleb. I'm from Kenya. I can speak Swahili. And suck a dick. Pause. Yeah. You're under pressure, man. You lighting up. What are you lighting? Fag. You smoking a cigarette, Caleb?
Yeah, man. I'm enjoying this.
Cigarette.
Yeah, bro. I'm trying to quit though.
Yeah, man.
Shit.
No,
I've
don't
been.
quit, man. Keep smoking, man. I hope you get cancer, man.
Why? What is all this hate though? I don't get it.
It's not hate. Again, it's like when you do it. It's just soft and
It's not healthy for you.
Sorry.
It's not healthy.
Should I say it like you would say? Caleb, I hope you get cancer from smoking all of those cigarettes. What? I'm not dissing you. What? Maku, I'm not dissing you. So I'm not dissing you either. I'm not threatening you. Just telling you what it is. You are a first-rate pussy. Yeah? But I can tolerate you for a minute. When I get bored, I just get rid of you. You know how I do, man. I just, yeah. If you start insulting my panelists and all of that, I just, yeah. After a while, sometimes it's decent conversation, but you can't do decent conversation because it's like, oh, go on, Caleb, ask him the right questions, and you never do. That's why I say you're not literal. You don't have the capabilities to ask the right questions anyway. Especially when you're have the upper hand. Because I've seen a couple of conversations, and I'm like, go on, Caleb. Yeah, prove us wrong that you're not a dumbass. Yeah, and then you just fail because your comprehension skills is low. Yeah, you wouldn't survive in a Mogadishu market. Yeah, you wouldn't survive, man. You're in a Kenyan marketplace. Yeah, amongst Kukuyus and that. Yeah, you little Muzungu. Why are you trying it, man? Yeah.
Muzungu is a white man, by the way.
That's right. That's what you are. That's what you claim to be. Yes? Thank you. Exactly. Can't say enough. You ain't got no answers. Let me play the thing.
It's Saturday. I don't want to, mess up your day.
Yeah, you can't mess up my day.
F.T.K or Saxons was the same as to speak of the Buddhist. It was the general name, as we call many sects of Catholics or Protestants Christians. In the video on the origin of the Amazon, I had mentioned that the name Ras is from the ancient Indus, which means wisdom. Here, we have further proof or confirmation that Ras means wisdom, the children of Ras, the Razi.
Oh, the children of Ras, yeah? Rastafari. Mating. When I said it had Hindu in it, yeah, people might have said, nah, Maku, man, you're going too far. I know. Born and raised with Rasta, man. How you mean? Yeah, I know when I see locks on an Indian guru or whatever, sadhu or whatever he's called, butt naked, whites, and all of that, smoking ganja. I know what I'm seeing. I know where that came from. I know what man I do.
The children of wisdom. Most Rastas thrive for true knowledge. There was a time in Jamaica where
Bombo clots! What did I say? I just said it. Like I told you, man. Yeah, we know the connections, but man, that's the education, man. That's just living and learning through life and all sorts. Get me? We got the Rastas, them though, man. Come on, man. They know what it is. You can see the wisdom in them and their eyes. Them and they led me on the path of reading certain books and certain knowledge. And you get me? I was schooled well by Rastaman. Trust me. I used to hate on Rastaman because I felt he knew everything and he weren't sharing it with the rest of us. But when I check it, I see why now. Because there's people like Caleb out there. You could waste your breath giving him all the right knowledge and all of that. And what to what end? Them and they're like Judas. You get me? Them the ones who are gonna snake you in the end and fucking what do you call it? Sell you out for 30 pieces of silver. That's that energy. Yeah, that Caleb energy. It's mad.
Worst if they were caught with the book of the Maccabees, but many Rastas still had the book in their possession, regardless of the risk, because knowledge was like cooked food and was more important to them. From this, their secret.
You hear that? You hear that, Caleb? That's what I said. The Rasta man had loads of knowledge. He told me
I am a Rasta. I'm a Rasta.
He told me about the shut up, man. He told me about the Maccabees and all these different books that I need to get and all of that. I was intrigued as a young man. You know what I mean? It's like, yeah, big man. So yeah, and man will pull out books and say,
But
I'm not showing you. I'm showing you the binder. You know what I mean? The hard
like
copy. But I'm showing
Dr.
you the book,
York,
but you're not
Dr.
allowed to
York,
read it.
Doc-
You're not
Dr.
allowed to read
York
it.
spoiled your dreams though. He he touched you as a kid, and now you're a victim of child abuse of some sort. Dr. York molested you, my bro.
What's wrong with you, man? Are you alright?
Yeah, you said you were molested by Dr. York. Eh? That guy is a molester. Betty said that. Your sister, your Nigerian sister, said like
Yeah,
Dr. York.
like, you have to polish this up, you know, King, man. It's
Yeah.
ridiculous,
I
man.
was. Yeah. Let me just play the rest of this because like, I don't know what that is, man. Yeah. But you know, if I start insulting your mom and your father and all of that, it's gonna be peak for you.
I mean, it's not
What
like
you
I'm
do
not
to me,
insulting you or anything. That's just a fact.
I think
That guy
you
was a
gonna.
child molester, and you
It
were a
could
part of
be.
his cult.
It could be all true, but it has no bearing on me because, as I said, I never traveled to America to visit no one. I didn't
So
speak to
you
man
did
on the
not sleep in
phone.
the same
Hold
room
on
with
one second.
Dr. York. Did you
Of
sleep in the
course I
same room
didn't,
with
man.
him?
Of course I didn't. You're on the same continent, so you know I'm not there.
But you were
You're
a
there.
part of his cult, though, right?
You're there, right?
You were a part of his cult.
No, I was part of the School of Information. Like, I studied the books that he put out and all of
So
that.
did you
But
learn
that's
how to
it.
suck a dick?
No, your mom sucks dick, man. Obviously, that's where your mom learned, man.
Is that why you're this super sensitive
Your mom used to
bitch
swallow,
adult?
boy. Huh? What are you doing? I'm trying to put out knowledge, and you're just a disagreeable Hindu. Like I just don't get it. You know what I mean? Like
You're si-
you're the shittest
you're
jinn ever. Yeah. At least a jinn could be, you know what I mean? At least could be, oh, this is a jinn. I better be on my game. No, it's Caleb.
you know, if you were molested by Michael Jackson, you would have been
rubbishest
richer.
troll.
But you were molested by a broke ass nigga.
What are you doing, man? You know what I mean? I'm
Like,
about to
of all
molest
the
you on the street.
people, you wished Michael Jackson molested you, but it's Dr. York, mad thing.
You crazy, Caleb, man. This is what you're gonna do. Mad thing. You just learn English and you mad thinging. Yeah. You can't. As I said, you're not even from my world. You can't even have the kind of thicker skin, the titanium skin that snipers got. Nothing. I'm like Teflon. Shit don't stick, man.
So what you're
You
saying
can
is
make up
when
all
Dr.
the
York
things you
touched
want
you,
to
you
do.
didn't feel it because you have a thicker skin, yeah?
Whatever, man. But as I said, yeah, you don't have no knowledge. You came here for knowledge. Yeah, and you came here to troll because you don't have a woman.
I'm not trolling
you.
you.
Don't have a life.
Like,
You
I
don't
just
have
repeated
kids.
what other
You
people
don't have,
said about
you don't have nothing,
what I'm
man.
saying.
But you can't.
It's not it's not a laughing matter as well. Like, it's not a laughing matter.
If you quote Betty, though, that's a bit mad still, because like
I'm saying, like, she said you were molested by Dr. York. That's all.
How would Betty know?
She's your Nigerian. That's the only like respectable Nigerian woman that I know.
She don't even live in the same like diaspora.
You had a fight with her speaker's corner, right? Like, what was that about? Like, where you had an affair with her? Like, were you sleeping with her or something? Because you had a physical confrontation with her.
No physical confrontation, bro. Anyway,
with a female, imagine, like a bad man like you fighting in a park with his fellow Nigerian woman. How fucked up are you, really, Michael?
No, man, I got the video on my page, man.
Can you play it? Can you play it?
I'm playing the video, and you're telling me to play another video. Like, please, man, relax, man. Don't you get it?
I'll let you.
I'm doing information. What are you bringing to the table?
All I'm saying is, like, all this aggression, all this violence comes from the fact that you're a victim of child abuse and molestation.
Sorry, you're telling me I've been abused, yeah? Yeah.
Intellectually abused, physically abused.
You think in normal circumstances, yeah, that wouldn't result in violence if it wasn't true?
You're a child. I mean, we had no choice but to bend over.
I'm asking. Where do you think violence comes in this situation?
I think people who are abused tend to be abusive. So that's the vicious cycle. Like, usually people who are molested go around and molest other children. In your case, your aggression is coming out and it's manifesting in a different form. Because you're a molested child who suffered discrimination in UK. That defines your whole perspective about life, even though you're like a 60-year-old man.
It's a lot.
Because you were touched as a child.
You was touched as an adult. There's a difference. It works its way
That's why
differently.
you're obsessed about
Yeah,
like
you was
man.
touched by as an adult. Yeah, and I told you, if you commit any crime in America, you can't go to jail because you definitely will get touched. Yeah,
Rich people don't go to jail
so
in
much.
America.
You gonna love Europeans then. Yeah, when the brotherhood start lining up to stick their dick in your mouth. Pause. Yeah, it's gonna be real. Yeah, don't go jail, Caleb. That's all I'm saying. In any country. Yeah, let alone Kenya or whatever. Yeah, you say you're from. Nah, you from the Horn, man. Stop it. You an Ethiopian pussy. I could punch you in your forehead. Yeah. What? And give you a brain hemorrhage. It's normal. You know what I mean? That's why the niggas don't fuck with me, man. I'll make your head ring like a bell. A bell. You go say, yeah, I ain't got time for Ethiopian bullshit, man. As I said, you're the biggest pussy online. Yeah.
But like, I'm sorry about like that child thing. I shouldn't even bring that up. It's kind of below the belt, to be honest. I mean, it's not a laughing matter for a man to be, or for a boy to be assaulted
I can tell you've been touched, man. I can tell.
By a person they worshipped, like Dr. York and stuff like that. I mean, you actually taught, like, he was a father figure because your father was like, obviously, your dad was not around, right? So that's why you looked up to this guy.
Oh, that's mad.
I'm saying your dad was not around. That's why Dr. York abused you. So that's like a dysfunction in the black family we have to talk about.
Doesn't even make sense. You need to learn English. You need to learn geography. You need to learn a few things before trying to insult Sniper. It don't make sense.
I'm not insulting you. Like, this is a therapy.
Hold on, a man who I've never met, you're saying molested me. Like, it doesn't make sense.
Like, you mentioned Dr. York was like a father figure for you. In it,
I never
like that was
father,
someone you worship.
I'm saying,
and that person. Hold on.
Sorry, man. I said I read his books, man. Like, you're right. What you doing, man? You ain't read shit. Yeah.
There was some connection there. Some part of you loves him because obviously that happens between abuser and abused. There is a relationship formed. Some part of you is
It's gay. It's so gay.
You know,
smart.
It's just
you don't
sad
understand.
thing, really.
And that's why I said your comprehension is very low. So this conversation is not really going to continue much further because you don't.
But like, on a serious note,
sorry. On a serious note, if you never met someone, how could they abuse you? Explain.
I wouldn't wish it on anybody, be it you or.
So I've never been abused. No, man, I've never been abused like that. No. Fuck that.
Are you sure?
That's crazy. I know, man.
Like, when you go to the bathroom, do you think
when you
still masturbate for that?
When you go to these swingers clubs and all of that, yeah,
I never been to
do man
swingers
abuse
club,
you?
though.
Do a man misogynize you? Huh? Is a man voyeur while you're getting bummed? While you're bumming another man? Are you doing human centipede in gay shit? You tell me, because you associate with all these gimps and all these weird and sadomasochists and all of this. This is you. This is your time. This is what you deal with. Yeah? And you're in the land of the fruity. Yeah? The land of the fruity, the land of the weird and kinky. Telling me something. In conservative England. Like, we have
no,
it,
I'm not even like taking what Betty said,
even,
like, but like,
even,
you can tell us yourself. You can tell it yourself. I mean, this is based on he said, she said. But what I know for a fact is that guy is a pedophile, and you worship that guy, and there was no father figure in your household at the time. And somebody made the accusation that you were molested as a child, and you also said that you suffered racial discrimination by white Europeans. So that shaped your adult life.
Man. Listen, if you're calling on Betty, let me give you a little update, because this gal, yeah, was abused growing up, right? Very sad. Her mom's boyfriend abused her and blah blah blah. So when you're saying these things, these have nothing to do with me. Yeah. She also, her father left the mother and went with a white woman. Yeah. Now she has a mixed race brother who has some form of disability and ailment, respect to him. But boy, at the end of the day, as I said, I used to have her on Instagram, so I got all the information. Like, that person don't mess with me because they know better. Yeah. So what you're doing is that you're trying to, one second, you're trying to get Betty into trouble. And Betty will tell you herself that Maku is not the angle you need to be going down. Of all of our adversaries, yeah, I ain't that guy. You don't want to mess with me. You get it?
I mean, we're just doing intervention. I mean, we're not messing with you, Michael.
1 second. I got all the deal. Yeah. On all you motherfuckers. So at the end of the day, don't ever mention Betty's name around here because it's ruined. It's in the dirt. It's disgusting. My daughter's already dealt with her horribly online. Like, bruvs.
Really?
The evidence is all there, man. Like, we deal with people.
So
on
you
their
and
merit.
your daughter was
And
fighting Betty online.
You're not on the level. You're not on the level of dealing. No, I didn't have to jump in. I just let my daughter speak, man. She's a big woman. She can do her own thing. Do you know what I'm saying? And she knows
your
that
daughter,
this woman has
defending
been insulting her by saying she was mixed race. So obviously, when my daughter said, "Oh, is this the woman who said I was mixed race?" Yeah. All right, let me speak to her. Say, all right.
What is wrong with the Nigerian family? You guys are dysfunctional. Like, you make
Suck your mum,
Africa look really bad. Like,
man.
this is just some weird shit.
It's wasting up my time anyway, man. Let me play the rest of this video and go about my business, man. I got things to do. Hear me? If the family ain't jumping on, I'm out in a minute.
You ain't got no
Were
shit to
called
do.
sakas or sagas or sages, as we call the books of the Indian Vedas or Vedas, or in fact, Buddhas or books of wisdom. This all agrees very well with the learned language of Kashmir or Kashmir, having been Chaldee, and it accounts for Dr. Geddes having found their language to be Hebrew. The Norwegian kings were called Hakin. This is but Hakim or HKM, and the substitute for the Jewish high priest was a Sagan or Sagan. Closely allied to these is the Hebrew root KSP, an enchanter. KSP is literally two words and means SP wise, and K as, that is, as a wise person. Anciently, all priests were physicians and were called Hakim, as physicians are yet called in the East. But this word always conveyed with it a sacredness of character. This is all in keeping with their gods Odin, Woden, Thor. With the bud was Trigoranus in the Wales and the old man Buddha in Scotland. All these came with the first or the second tribe of Saxons to the north of Germany and to Britain. Strabo says, all the tribes eastward of the Caspian Sea are called Scythic or Scythic, the Da next the sea and the Sake more eastward, but every tribe has a particular name. All are nomadic. It is inattention to this which causes all our confusion. We have here the clans of Scotland and the tribes of Bedouin Arabs. The Sake, pronounced in Sanskrit like our Sake, have made in Asia eruptions similar to those of the Cimmerians. Thus, they possessed themselves of Bactria and the district of Armenia, called after them Sakasena. This word, I believe, is only Sakasana, country of Sakas. I have no doubt that when nomad tribes were driven out of the lands which they loosely settled, they passed like the Israelites from Egypt, through countries occupied by other tribes in search of new habitations, till they could go no farther. Then a desperate struggle took place for the possession of the extreme country. Thus, Saxons arrived in Germany and Britain from countries the most remote. Right? So Strabo confirms that all the tribes of Scotland and of the Bedouin Arabs, of Armenia and the Germanic tribes or the Saxons were Scythians that arrived in Germany and Britain from countries the most remote, and that they took the same journey as the Israelites from Egypt through the territories inhabited by other tribes. It appears from a note of Dr. Geddes on the word create in the first verse of Genesis, to be seen in his critical remarks on that passage, that my view of this subject is supported by the Book of Wisdom, Justin Martyr, and Origen. He also shows that a passage in the Book of Maccabees, which has been supposed to oppose my doctrine, has been wrongly translated. He also shows that in the Scoto-Saxon dialect, the word bra still retains its original signification. And in a note, he says he hopes he shall one day be able to prove that almost all our genuine Saxon words are either Hebrew, Chaldee, Arabic, or Persic. I am very sorry the doctor did not live to carry his intention into effect, which I am sure he could have done. I shall return to the Saxons again in a future book and give their history, which will be found to be of the very first importance. That's it for today. Thanks for watching. See you soon. Take care.
Fire, man. That was fire, man. Fire, man. And that's how you do it, Caleb, man. Balance, we say. Yeah? give the white people their chance. You tell them about their accent, Anglo-Saxon thing, and then you hit them with the real. And all things can be looked up anyway, man.
Welcome.
Cheers. Okay. What's that? Part 2 or something? What? But yeah. I'll big up everyone, man. Come on. Bantus with the original Saxons. I don't know about all that. But a lot of different of our tribes are the originals. Pygmies are original somewhere. Kushites are original in other places. Do you get it? Bantus or whatever. What they call them? Gramodis. They're all pygmies and different Africans, man. All the way through. You know what I mean? Yes. Caleb knows, man, to run. He's a dick. Yeah. But yeah, man, big up everyone. And if I feel the need later, I might jump back on and think. But for now, hit the PayPal cash up. You know what I mean? We give you a couple hours, but I'm sorry. I've got things to do, man. It's summer, man. I'm gonna go meet Jeds and the rest, man. You know what I mean? Watch them perform and that. That's how we do. We support each other, man. So big up yourselves. And hopefully, if I'm not on later, then tomorrow on a Sunday service. Big up, everyone. Peace.